Okay, calling to order the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Labor and Technology. So this afternoon we'll hear from two departments. The first is going to be Department of Human Resources Development, who will present their biennial budget requests. So good afternoon. Happy New Year.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year. Chairs Dela Cruz and Aquino, and Vice Chairs Moriwaki and Lee, and the members of the committees on Ways and Means and Labor and Technology. My name is Brenna Hashimoto, and I'm the Director of the Department of Human Resources Development. Before I proceed with our budget presentation, I'd like to introduce the members of the DHERD team who are here with me today. First of all, I have our new Deputy Director, Brian Ferrudo, who's been with DHERD for about 7 months now. Behind me is Eric Nita, our Labor Relations Division Administrator, Jennifer Mori-Kilby, our Employee Claims Division Administrator, Raynell Yee, our Employee Relations Division Administrator, Signy Nakamura Dereza, who is our EEO Officer, Heather Ching Manzano, our Employee Staffing Administrator, Kevin Patty Takeda, our Lead Recruiter, Mark Tagashi, our Administrative Services Officer, Joy Inouye, Compensation Manager, Doreen Kuroda, our Benefits Manager, Patty McDonald, our Training Manager, Kylie Hisashima from our Classification Branch, Derek Tanigawa, Personnel Transactions Manager. In addition, we have Diane Odo, who's on loan from the Department of Labor and with the Hela Imua program. And then also my assistant, Erin Connor. And we also have from the Office of Wellness and Resiliency from the Governor's Office, led by Director Tia Hartzog. I'm going to give her some time at the end of my presentation to present her budget request.
Okay, but statutorily, she's still attached to DHS. So
not quite, not yet. I think they still reside in the Governor's Office at this current moment. So that's what she'll present her rationale for perhaps transferring their program.
no, but this is not the appropriate place for that.
Okay.
This is for budget requests.
There are budget requests.
Yeah, so because that is going to be in a bill, so that discussion can happen when the committee hears the bill.
Okay. Fine. Before I talk about our budget requests, I'd like to take a moment to provide the committees an update on some of our department's accomplishments over the past year. First of all, hopefully you've all seen our Act 57 report. It's the annual report we submit to the legislature on the status of vacancies and some other projects that are top of mind for DHERD. First of all, the good news is that the state vacancy rate has come down. This is the first time since the inception of the Act 57 report in 2019. I think you folks are all familiar. I've been talking about it for the last 2 years. The vacancies were climbing. Last year we were at 27%. This past year, we brought it down to 24%. And hopefully that's trend will continue. Not only did we replace the 1,150 employees who resigned or retired from state government, but we also added another 320 new hires. So we have a net gain of 320 new hires to the state.
Where? Which departments?
They're all over the department.
So which department did best?
Does go into detail in terms of which departments have made improvements on their vacancy rates, but it's kind of like
you don't have a summary.
No, I don't have it here. I mean, I do in the report, but I mean, we could talk about it specifically if you'd like to.
No, you can go on then.
Okay. I think progress can be attributed to several things, including our recruitment staff and the efforts of our Arbor project team, our marketing efforts, and the efforts of many departments to make recruitment a top priority. And I will discuss those issues as I go through our budget asks. In FY24, we had a substantial increase in interest in state employment. We were up to over 30,000 applications received for civil service jobs in FY24. And our staff screened and qualified or determined qualifications for over 25,500 applicants. The positive gains that we've seen in these areas are attributed to the additional resources that you folks have provided DHERD, and it's enabled us to promote the state as an employer of choice, and for that we are enormously grateful. In terms of our own vacancy rate, 2 years ago, when I first addressed your committees, DHERD was a department of 90 FTE, and we had nearly 30 vacancies. Earlier this week, I ran the same report and we're up to 87 employees and our vacancy rate is around 17%. So we're making progress in our own department. We still have some staffing challenges, especially in our classification branch, but we continue to recruit actively for all of our vacancies. With that said, I'd like to just go through our budget asks if I could now.
Table 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So our first request is for, maybe I should preface this by saying HRD has two budget program IDs. The first one is HRD 102, which is essentially all of our divisions. And then we also have HRD 191, which is the director's office, as well as our administrative services office, our information technology staff. It's a very small group. So most of our requests pertain to HRD 102. The first one is we're requesting $581,321 in each of the two fiscal years in order to make adjustments to our budget for payroll costs. And the reason being, I mentioned that earlier that we had longstanding vacancies, and the result of that having some vacancies is that we do not get collective bargaining increases for vacant positions. So when positions are left vacant for prolonged periods of time, the salaries stagnate. Then when we go to fill them, we have insufficient funds for those positions in order to fill them at the fully authorized level. What that results in is that we often have to downgrade positions to lower levels to bring folks in, but then we have to be prepared to raise the pay up as those individuals gain more experience and are contributing at those higher levels. We need to be able to pay them what the collective bargaining salary schedules dictate. Additionally, so of our roughly 100 positions, about 45 of them are what we deem to be underfunded. And that's significant. About 28 of the 45 are staff level positions. So we're talking about HR specialists, assistants, and technicians. And then 17 of them are managerial positions, where we've also found that our staff are lagging behind in terms of the salary schedule. They tend to be at the lower level of the salary schedule. We would like the flexibility to move folks who are really considered to be experts in their fields, and not only experts in DHRD in the state, but the entire state. The other jurisdictions also heavily rely on DHRD's level of expertise in HR. I can point to many examples of the staff sitting behind me where the other jurisdictions reach out. They follow the programs that we implement, and they also follow suit. And to recognize that level of expertise and to continue to be able to compete with other jurisdictions, we need to be able to be fully funded in order to make those important hires. The other thing I'd like to just point out is part of the Act 57 report also includes a table of rates of employees, civil service employees eligible to retire in the next 5 years. DHRD leads that list at 37%. So 37% of our staff can retire in the next 5 years, which means that's concerning for me, right? I don't want to have to replace any of these people sitting behind me, but that's not realistic. We eventually, folks do want to move on and have a life after government work. So I need to be aware of how I'm going to try to replace those people, and I probably will end up having to pay more. So this budget request is looking not only the short term, but also, the next 3 to 5 years as well. Okay, our next budget request is number 2 is for HRD 191. We're requesting $584,647 in FY26 and $652,400 in FY27. And this is to essentially cover our existing costs for our software as a service. So SaaS, we actually have 4 primary contracts where DHRD services the entire state. And those are 2 contracts that we have with Oracle for our human resources management system, basically PeopleSoft. You folks are familiar with how basically the data flows from our HR system into payroll, into various other systems. So it's absolutely critical to the operations of the state that we maintain these contracts. So we have 2 contracts with Oracle. One is our human resources information system, which is basically our electronic personnel records for every state employee, as well as every state position. Then we have a second contract with Oracle to allow every state employee access to the HIP system. I think you folks are familiar, right? Employees can access their paychecks and they can submit their leave requests online and do a bunch of other things. All of that is made possible through this portal or self-service portal. That's a separate contract to give every state employee a license. And DHERD manages those contracts. We also have contracts with NeoGov, which is our state system that we use for recruiting and onboarding all state civil service positions and exempt positions as well. And then our fourth contract is with Adobe, and that's how we deliver on-demand training content to our 17,000 state employees. It's things like ethics training and EEO training and workplace violence, as well as a whole host of content that we can deliver more effectively through an on-demand platform. So my point is all of these services are not just to support DHERD, but to support the entire state. Unfortunately, our budget right now for SAS is $430,000, whereas the costs just in this fiscal year have gone up to $924,000. So that's a difference of $493,000 that is basically nearly our entire operating budget. A little bit of
Why did they increase the cost so much?
we haven't asked for money for this for I don't know how long.
So you were eating it out of where?
Yes. For operating budget. And next fiscal year, FY26, we will actually be we will have no more budget in order to cover infrastructure.
Because
The cost escalates. I think on average it goes up depending upon the vendor.
but if you're covering it now from what? Current expenses or vacancies?
Other current expenses. And we had a little bit of money, so we had some
Is it because other current expenses are coming in too? So you're already covering it.
well, this year, the way that we've been able to cover it is we got a temporary infusion of cash because we were able to use some of the monies that we had for IT infrastructure. So we were able to pay our one of the HR contracts with those money. So that gave us a little cushion, but we will not have a cushion. That was just one time money.
Question. So what is your total annual cost then? Is it going to escalate every year or is this 548,000 what you
She's saying
require each year?
900.
Or 90? What is the cost?
So the total cost this year in FY25 is going to be 924.
So the base is 400. So this is adding.
Every year after that?
Yeah, so typically what we've seen, and I think part of the information that we submitted, and I can try to find that detail for you. But we typically see between 4.5% to 8% increase every year in the subscription costs. So it doesn't stay static. Every year there's a price increase of 4.5% to 8%. We've been absorbing those increases for a very long time. We're at a critical point now where we just cannot any longer afford to absorb that cost.
Is that something that can be negotiated though?
I don't believe so. Yeah, we do go through procurement. So it's but in order to change systems, it's terribly disruptive. I mean, you don't just change HRMS, right? That's like a several year project in order to change a platform as massive as PeopleSoft. We've been using it since I believe 1997. So it's integral to our entire operation, not only for HR, but for budget, for payroll, and
So you're more comfortable with just keeping the same system and upgrading it versus trying to find a new one that could be better.
I think this is part of a kind of a larger discussion that we're having, not only within DHERD, but also it impacts ETS because they're the ones that support the software. We pay the bill, but they provide the technical support. So it's a conversation that needs to be had between several different departments, budget and finance, ETS and DAGs, and those conversations are starting, right? We've been talking about ERP, EFS. So I think there is a possibility that we may make changes, but we're not ready at this point in time. That's probably going to be a couple of years down the line, realistically.
since you're on the program ID 191, the variance report didn't show any measurements of effectiveness for the program ID. So if you can take a look at that, maybe get back to us.
I know we recently changed some of them, because they didn't seem to be terribly,
Effective.
not effective, but they didn't really speak to how we would measure effectiveness. So we did work with budget and finance. And I think there is a transition period though, where we close out the old measures and then start new measures.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
we've had discussions in the past about reviewing all the variance reports to
Mhm.
see if what is being asked and what outcomes we want is relevant to what we're trying to accomplish.
Right.
Because the report has just become something that departments just do without even thinking of the bigger goals and
Absolutely.
the bigger picture and the statutes. I'm not sure how it got so.
So we did that
Away from
exercise
that.
and we found that the old measures were not really indicative of anything that was so important to us, or I think important to you folks as well. So we did make changes, but usually you put them into place at the beginning of the biennium, right? And then you report on them. We make estimates at the beginning of the period. And then periodically, after the first year, we'll report back on those measures and let you folks know how we've done. Some of
When
those have
you
to do
made
with
those
like
changes,
retention.
do they go into the BNF, so that the reporting on the budget?
I don't know exactly. I mean, I would defer to BNF on the mechanics of that, but my understanding is the way it works is we still report on the old ones until the new ones are put into place. We kind of close those old ones out. And then when the new ones get put into place, which I believe would be for the coming biennium, then we'll begin reporting on those. That's my understanding.
Okay, number 3.
Number 3 is for HRD 102. We are requesting $112,186 in FY 26 and $211,572 in FY 27 to add 2 positions and funds for our personnel transactions office. These are positions that we currently have in DHERT, and they're exempt positions that are funded through ARPA monies that I've mentioned previously. And these positions, we plan to continue funding them for through the middle of the first biennium, first year of the biennium, continue using the ARPA funds. But as you folks know, the ARPA monies will be going away. And we do find that these positions will be critical as we move towards EFS, the Enterprise Financial System. Obviously, the goal is that all of our systems will be able to talk to each other. And these 2 business analyst positions, that's their area of expertise, is PeopleSoft and how to use the data and maximize the use of data. I could talk about what they've accomplished already, but the work that they do is going to be critical as we move into EFS and to ERP. And we don't really have the bench within DHERT to take on a project like that and to dedicate resources to be able to contribute the way that we think we're going to need to contribute, because HR is such a critical part of the state's financial picture that it's essential that we have a presence and that our data is valid as we move forward.
Okay.
Our next request is similar. It's for HRD 102, and these are the ARPA project positions that we currently have in our staffing division. They're the folks that have been doing the outreach marketing. Hopefully you've seen us advertising. We've been advertising on the bus, in the theaters, in the malls, at UH Athletics. We've signed a contract with LinkedIn, so we have a presence on LinkedIn. All of those marketing and outreach activities originates with this ARPA project team. And so in order to continue to be able to manage those contracts, to do the outreach, this team has, along with our staffing folks, have either participated or hosted over 40 recruitment.
So these 6
in this
people are
last
new
year.
people?
No, so we have 5 of them. There are 5 ARPA funded project positions. One, our recruitment lead, who's here today, Patty Takeda.
And the positions were
then-
created by, because you're creating positions.
Our intent is to convert the positions. So right now they're exempt positions funded through ARPA funds. We would like to bring.
These
them
are special
civil
project
service.
positions that the
Yes.
governor created.
Yes,
So same with the previous.
yes, right. And we would like to add one more position to the team, and it's in order to do certification. So certification is kind of the front end processes around recruitment and also the back end. So this clerical support, technical support will help the team with recruitment activities that they're assigned.
Are these different from the 8 positions we gave you last?
Yes,
session?
they are.
So the 8 positions from last year is still in the staffing division?
Yes, so those, it was actually 7 positions. And we are recruiting for those. Though the function of those positions is primarily to make sure that we can speed up the recruiting, the announcement of job vacancies and the screening process, right? So the names can get out to the departments faster.
How does that differ than the duties of these 5 or 6?
Right. So these are more our forward-facing team. So they're the ones that are doing all of the marketing, the contracts for the marketing,
Well, these are here. You have these bodies now.
Yes,
The
we
7
do.
from last year, you still didn't hire.
We filled one and we're currently interviewing for the other positions. We were able to fill one position internally, and the others are under current review. But like I said, they're gonna be doing the screening, to speed up the screening. And this team also, they also have a hand in mentoring and outreach to our Hawai'i interns. They go through our processes, help them apply for state jobs, explain about state employment. They, like I said, they've done over 40 recruitment events in the last year. Some of those we posted, some of them we just attended. They coordinated with other state departments so that we have a substantial presence at these job fair events. They also are managing our Skill Bridge program. So Skill Bridge is our agreement with the Federal Department of Defense. So outgoing military members can intern at state agencies for the last 3 to 6 months of their military service, and the Department of Defense continues to pay their planned benefits. And hopefully, once they're done with their military service, they are ready to apply for state jobs. So that's all of the work of this department is these kind of innovative, creative marketing endeavors to promote.
And
the
this
state.
was a previous budget request?
No, this is the first time you're seeing it. And the reason is because ARPA funds will be lapsing.
Yeah, I know, but why didn't you ask this for the 5 positions or 6 positions? Because it sounds like what's happening in some departments is the governor is creating special project positions. You guys don't want that to go away. Special funds or federal funds are now being, are expiring. And so now you want general funds, but you never came through the front door anyway. There's like a back door to go get special project. You hire somebody and then now you're asking us to keep them there when you never asked us to establish them to begin with. So I have a problem with that.
That's true. I mean, I think I was very upfront about this 2 years ago, what my intent was. And I came back and I told you folks that I would come back to you and talk about the
Yeah,
successes.
but you didn't.
demonstrate
You
their
guys went ahead and started doing special project positions and filled them before you came to the regular process and asking us to establish them anyway.
True.
Okay, next.
Recruitment. This has to be a recruitment process. Can you folks work with the University of Hawaii in graduation times? As an example, we had graduation this year at Hilo campus, and there were several
Wait,
students.
which line item is it?
We're talking about the recruitment process that
No.
you already, and I think that had to do with 102, right?
No, you're ta-
Outreach but just a suggestion to that, outreaching your program, your marketing, availability of vacancies. And reason I say that is because when I attended the graduation, there were several who completed their graduation with certificates, major in forestry and during the time they wanted to remain in Hilo and as a Maui person. And he was asking me, I want to work for the state. Every question that he asked, and I was kind of stunned, but I did say, go on site and do that. But just a suggestion that you folks on the graduation time, just send your notes to the university for all your graduates on whatever positions you have available. That's available, so they don't have to ask us again later, how can we go and apply for state positions? So since you're doing the recruitments, do that as well, particularly during graduation periods in advance.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, part of our recruitment strategy for the coming year is to do more events on the neighbor islands. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and we got community colleges too. They're graduates on all islands, so.
Brian spent many years in the
Yes,
community
okay.
college, and so he's been actually very hopeful in finding his venues.
Well, that's part of what we were seeing with community colleges last year, is that's where your CTE and AA, Hela Imua, get into the state, but we still haven't lowered the MQs requiring a bachelor's.
I'll get to that. Okay, next one. Thank you. Thank you.
Number 5.
Number 5 is we're requesting $41,350 in FY 26 and $111,250 in FY 27 to support our purchase of salary surveys and compensation analytics. We have been using some ARPA monies to pay for some of these subscription costs for this current fiscal year, and we'll be able to cover part of the cost for next fiscal year. And part of the monies has gone to pay for pay equity and salary survey analytics. So one of our challenges is that we don't have good market data within the state. So we need to rely on outside sources in order to determine whether we need to pay more for certain jobs. So that's one of our challenges. So this additional funds will help us, first of all, to pay funds for equity training for our compensation team of 3. It will also allow us to purchase compensation analytics and survey data, as well as to continue to pay for membership in the Hawaii Employers Council and to use their resources to get salary survey data, which you funded last year, and we did become members, and so we'd like funds to continue that. It was just for 1 year last year.
And Chair, regarding ARPA funds, they expire end of the year, yeah? This year, yeah? The ARPA funds. Don't they expire? Yeah, so they are already expired. Oh, I thought it goes to the end of this year. I may be wrong.
Okay.
Okay.
Number 6.
Next, we are asking for an augmentation of our budget to manage our workers' comp claims. So I think most of you know that DHRD manages all the workers' compensation claims centrally for all state agencies. And so our base budget is about $10,484,000. We've typically had to come in over the last many years, either for an emergency appropriation. And more recently, we've been able to get some ARPA monies. And then even more recently, you folks gave us additional funds in the last biennium. However, we're coming back to make sure that those funds can continue. And essentially, we use all of the funds that you folks give us for workers' comp. And
How many workers' comp claims were a result or were because of teleworking or from telework employees?
I don't know that we.
You got to speak in the mic. You can state your name. You can go on that side.
So Jennifer Mori-Kilby is the administrator of our employee claims division.
Good afternoon, chairs and committee. I'm Jennifer Mori-Kilby. I'm the administrator of the Employee Claims Division. In the last couple of years, there has been no claims from teleworking. Do you want me to go on?
No. Sounds like you wanted to go on.
So overall, I mean, our highest number of claims fall in jobs that are normally physically active, such as general laborers, janitors, ACOs, those who report to work on a regular basis.
And you have a percentages of what?
Right now with me? What?
No, you have it. I mean, you can send it to us later.
Oh, yes, I can bring you
So
percentages of a
kinda see
breakdown.
where that's.
Yes,
Yeah, I mean, if it's majority janitors, then that's something that we gotta fund.
yes.
You want to help you don't want to, the guys who are doing those kind of grunt work, they gotta make sure that they're compensated if they got injured.
Yes.
Does your division do any training so that you can prevent these injuries? I
that's
know
a
in the
good
past
question.
was, but do you have that in part of your purview to help the departments, to help employees do more in terms of prevention?
Yes, so we actually do go out now, or there's trainings online that we do direct departments to go to when there's a high rate of injuries in a certain area. We have a safety person who actually goes to the sites to check to see if there's anything that could be adjusted in the area. So a recent example is the Department of Transportation, airports. There was a door that people kept getting injured on. The safety person went out, checked on the door, made recommendations, did a formal reporting, is checking up with the department to ensure they implement those adjustments. And for that particular situation, I'm only mentioning it because it was just recently. It was something simple like just put WD-40 or on the door to make sure it swings better because it was just tight, you know.
And we need how many layers of processes to just determine that?
Well, it's not a layer process. There was just a high injury rate, but it's also to protect the department and the state for the fact that people, I think, were using the door as their reason of getting injured. So now we have documentation to prove that the door itself is an average weighing door that was fixed. So for future incidences that do occur, we have now this layer in a different way to say, well, we made these adjustments. How is this possible? And it gives workers' compensation an ability to question the situation with facts.
You keep data on that, like we did this training or we did this assessment or consultation, and then what the injury rate or what's the outcome of that? in
The
department?
impact.
Yeah.
We have not kept exactly what you're asking for. Like, for example, if we did this type of training, what the outcome is.
But shouldn't you? So that if we know, if not, you're doing the training, it may not make a difference.
Yes, we can.
Hello? Why do things that you think are not going to, you feel
Well,
know they make a difference?
So the implementation of having somebody go out more often or even having more trainings available is something, believe it or not, kind of new.
But if you keep track, then you know which ones are effective and you don't do that. And then the ones effective, you keep doing it and expanding it.
Yes. So, I mean,
good to keep
we
track.
keep track of one of the newer things we've been doing is ergonomics training. So we keep track of that because that's one of our bigger ones that we have identified is a strong need because we have a lot of office workers who have outdated equipment, you know, and so even that, it's not just when they get injured, we're doing things where departments can call our office and we will go down to prevent injury because maybe they're concerned that people are using older desks. What can they do? And so some of the recommendations are not costly. Sometimes it's just you need to put one of our favorite ones is those old metal desks. I don't know if you guys are aware of them. So the desk actually is too high for most people when you're typing. So if you pull out the drawer and you put like a cover and you put your keyboard there, it becomes ergonomically sound. Because now your body is at a 90-degree angle or your arms are a 90-degree angle. So it's just pointing out things like that for departments or their staff and teaching them. But we actually do have an ergonomics training that is held on a regular basis that people or anyone can sign up for. So you guys should come.
But you keep a record of who you go to.
Who we
which
go to,
department,
who
you
attends
have
these
some
trainings.
results.
Yes.
And you have a kind of a report of that you keep.
We can pull a report. What was when I said we haven't, it's the latter, like exactly what happens thereafter. You know, like, for example, if 100 people from, say, DHS went to an ergonomics training, we are not keeping statistics of that 100 people, what happens per se thereafter, or what division they work at and what happens at that exact division. But we are capable.
Oh, so could you?
Yes.
Okay. That would be good to do.
Okay.
Okay, number 7. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
For workman's comp, what is the longest workman's comp case we have for the state? What division?
The longest workers' compensation claim that I am aware of that is still active, that is not categorized as a medical maintenance file. And I have to preface that because medical maintenance files, basically in work comp world is, sorry, let me digest. In workers' compensation, someone can have a claim open indefinitely because the law supports it. So someone after settlement, returning back to work, can have a claim open as long as they need medical treatment. So we have claims from, believe it or not, the 80s. But when we say like an active case or when I reference an active case,
Reason why is that, well, you guys don't have enough people to go look into them, but I know one particular case from my community, been on for 15 years, workman's comp. He got hurt, but he still goes to the gym, work out, lift weights, everything that you can think of, but he's still on workman's comp. go back to work, fall off one chair, call on claim injury, we go back out on workman's comp. So what kind of, parameters we have to stop this kind of, illegal activity? Because it's illegal. I don't care if you're gonna adopt it as your best friend. Being on workman's comp for 15 years and the state don't do nothing about it, there's no investigation, no follow-up. That's hardship on the department, and I know what department it is. And that's a lot of their, will fix up the place by using workman's comp money to pay workman's comp. So that's the reason why I'm asking, what kind of parameters and how long is too long?
So since I became the administrator a couple of years ago, too long is for me. I mean, a claim shouldn't be open longer than 2 years.
Yeah, because I don't understand when they make the claim and then they leave the medical open for life. Well, we understand that, but not collecting compensation for half of your life.
Yes. So
You know-
part of why we need more money is to fight claims. It is costly. So there are
Which
methods.
item I know you're talking
So
about.
Me, Senator Kadani and Senator Kim said we'll do it for free. Just give us the file.
To go in. To go investigate.
So yes, the cost to investigate a claim, to hire counsel, because it does end up at a higher level for things like fraud. It gets very expensive for the state. Believe it or not, we have made great efforts to tackle what you were talking about. So the last time I actually sat before you and spoke, our average claim count open for a year was about, I think, 1,1500. Today we're at 1,200, where as I talked to you today, we have about 870 cases actually open. So we have made great strides to diligently work on cases, to close them very quickly, because it has been saving the state money. But to do so, again, there's this back end cost that we're running into.
Mm.
Do you have an investigator on staff?
I
And
can
how do you
talk
do
about
that?
We don't have an investigator for the state. This is services you have to contract out to get.
But if you have 1,400 open claims,
No, she's saying 800 now.
800?
Eight-
The AG, the investigation panel? Did you refer to the AG?
That I actually am not sure. I've been in workers' comp for 15 years. I mean, I've never met anyone in.
Fraud, and so they have investigators.
Oh, yes. So we have counsel that deals with the actual fraud situation, but surveillance,
Well, how do you prove fraud unless you surveil and you?
No, so surveillance, we go to a contractor for the actual fraud portion. We do have attorneys working on it.
But these are investigators with the AG, not attorneys, investigators to look into stuff like that.
Okay, we can look into it. I mean,
Well, I would hope
We
you try to
would-
use all the resources available.
yes.
Don't you pay for the AG's support for your department and they can do some of this if you have a working arrangement with them to investigate?
We do not have an agreement with them currently.
Maybe you should look into it.
It's not like they have to check out all 800. I mean, you guys working in the department, you kind of know which one is kind of like maybe potential red flags that you guys can submit to get the process. Because the guy on 15 years, that might be a red flag. You know what I mean? You know, you can go check him out at 24 Hours Fitness and, you know, he's on an injury, but he can still lift weights. You know,
I guess-
that might be a red flag.
You must
Do you
you must
have a
see him at
list?
the gym when you go there.
I don't go to the gym, but when I'm going to the restaurant to buy the gym.
You have a
still
list
got-
of claims, open claims in the year, how long it's been, you know, when the claim was open and what's the status, like how many years by length of open cases.
We do have that information, but it would be confidential because employees' medical records and.
Well, you
their
can-
medical-
That's not the
Medical
names,
records, You just want a list of
The list of,
open claims.
we don't need the name, and by department maybe.
Okay, we can send that in writing. Yeah.
But
So
sorry,
if you went down from, was it over 15,000 to now,
1,500.
or 1,500 to now
If
800?
you want to say 15,000
Yeah.
too.
If you went down, if you reduce it almost by half, then why are you asking for more money?
No, it's not. So there's active claims in a year. So active claims are claims that we have to touch. So we close just as many claims that come in that we are getting. So if we get in 400 cases, we're closing a little bit more than 400. That's how we get the active, like current open cases so low. So the number at the 800 is technically like today, if I ran a report, that's how much cases are actually open. But if I ran a report for the fiscal year of how many cases we actually have to touch, it's like 1,200.
What's the average number of cases you get in every month
I don't know every month because every month changes.
for the year then?
So it's about 400.
400 new ones every year.
Yes, but it's part of the reason. So before we used to get between 500 to 600, but part of the reasons why the number is down is we actually now take the initiative to call every injured employee to touch bases them, to make them aware of the workers' compensation system. We believe that by doing that, it creates presence, which now puts them on alert that we are monitoring them very closely. So even in those efforts though, some of them will tell us, I do not want to claim. We want this just for medical records. So about 100 of them, we never have to open up based on the employee's request.
In the past, that was never done.
No. I cannot speak for other people, but I'm not sure.
Okay. Okay, number 7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 7 is a request for HRD 191. This is, we're requesting $250,000 in each of the next 2 fiscal years. And it's to initiate a phased approach to department-wide furniture replacement. DHRD occupies 5 floors of the state office tower. We have been there since the mid-90s. We occupied it right after the legislature vacated to move back while the legislature, the Capitol was being renovated. And then we moved in, and I think we still have the same furniture that was left behind.
Yeah, maybe we'll give you the capital furniture
Right.
and the capital will get new furniture.
So it's,
We would have wanted.
it's showing its age. You know, at first blush, I think some of you have probably been to our offices. It looks okay, but it's things like, you know, health and safety that's a concern. Things are starting to not function properly. We've got some folks, especially in our staffing area, where we've grown. We're out. We've grown out of the space.
You're
that we
growing
have.
because all those special project positions.
That's right. So we need to make space for them, and we just need to make things more efficient and nice for our staff too. We don't discount the effect that a work environment has on retention. And it's not only our staffing floors, but the other floors are in need of a facelift. And so our plan is hopefully to be able to do this incrementally over the next few years. And this
How
will
many-
allow us
Well, I haven't.
to do the first phase.
But in regards to telework though, because if we're gonna buy new furniture, those who are, you know, predominantly teleworking, they should be hoteling.
So I think if you looked at our report, we've got about a dozen people who telework. And we only allow it up to 2 days a week, no Mondays, no Fridays. So we have between 1 and 2 days, but we have folks in the office primarily, especially like Jen's shop. They're in the office every day. Our staffing folks are predominantly in the office
No,
every
yeah,
day.
that's fine. But I'm just talking about the furniture part.
Right.
So how do you reconcile teleworking with new furniture and hoteling?
We are not hoteling at the moment because we don't need to. You know, our offices, because all of the information we deal with is essentially confidential information. It's not easy for us to just allow another office to come and occupy our space. So like I said, we have those 5 floors. There's one office in particular that is housed like the chief negotiator, the Office of Collective Bargaining, and some staff from the governor's office. But absent that, and they have like their separate entrance and is segregated from us. But otherwise, you know, we take up the space we have, and we don't have a need right now to hoteling because we have adequate workstations.
But-
We just need to refresh them.
So because the requests got reduced, right?
Yes, it did.
From 1.4 million to 250,000 2 years.
Yes.
So with the 250, how is that gonna accomplish what you're talking about?
Well, we'll have to do like a floor at a time. We did, Deputy Director Ferrudo, he did get a quote recently for our staffing division. You want to talk about?
Hi, Brian Ferrudo, Deputy Director. So the initial request was roughly for 1.4 million. That was based off of industry costs about a year ago. Surprisingly, we recently had some ARPA funding that we plan to do some of the furniture on one of our floors. It came in dramatically lower. So that's a good thing. We're hoping obviously that the price holds for the next few years because we can't do it all at one time. But you know, for instance, we were looking at about 15,000, roughly 12,000 per cubicle. That would be about 10,000 for staff, about 15,000 for managers. And the quotes came in without shipping at roughly 4,000. So, and I only say these numbers not to confuse people, but just to give you an idea, but it's about half of what we were, you know, budgeting. With regard to the hoteling, we only have about a dozen, as the director said, and those individuals, in some ways it's limited because we don't allow Monday and Friday for telework. So we would essentially only be looking at 3 days in which people would have to share desks, and there would be some conflict. Plus, with only a dozen, I don't necessarily know if that's we could find an efficient way for us to share desks with only a dozen.
Okay, 10.
Our next request is for HRD 102. We're asking for an additional position and $32,954 in FY26 and $59,808 in FY27. This would be for an administrative assistant for in our labor relations division. Historically, labor relations was part of our employee relations division. And so they had a combined division chief and secretary. Many years ago, they split apart. One is on the 12th floor, one is on the 14th floor, but they still share what we used to call secretaries. We've retitled this series, so now we call them administrative assistants, but it's essentially a clerical support for two divisions on two different floors. Complicated by the fact that now we have a chief negotiator, which we're super happy about, but we also support that position as well. And during times like now, where we're negotiating with for 14 new bargaining units, it's a tremendous amount of work for one individual to handle both, actually 3 different programs simultaneously. So this is a request to provide a separate secretary, administrative assistant for our labor relations division and collective bargaining.
So is this a live body now or?
Well, we do have one person, but she would.
No,
I
but
don't know
this
how we
new
work with
position.
it. It's
This
a new
is
position, yes.
okay.
Next is for HRD 191. We're asking for $30,000 in each of the 2 fiscal years for HRD training and professional development. We sincerely appreciate your support last year in giving us some monies to do some training and travel, and we'd like to build on that. As I've mentioned before, DHERD managers and staff are expected to be experts in their areas, and that requires that we keep their skills current, that they know best practices, that they're capable of advising and troubleshooting and assisting our departments. And we also serve as experts statewide. And so to support their professional development and training is important to our management team. Lastly, I have the last request is for HRD 102. And we're asking for $1 million in FY26 to launch a classification and compensation study. I know you folks have mentioned many times to me, and I have not forgotten that we need to make progress on reviewing our class specifications. We've put a tremendous amount of effort and resources in addressing the recruitment part, but that's only part of the puzzle. The other piece is that we really need to have an in-depth, comprehensive look at our structure of civil service, how it's laid out, how all of the different bargaining units are intertwined, and how we can better manage it moving forward, and as well as to look at the minimum qualification requirements. I could name many classes of work where I think we need to make progress, but we simply don't have the staff right now. We've got one person in our classification branch that's capable of doing this work in addition to the division administrator. We just don't have the bandwidth to take on a project of this size, and so we need some outside help. So this $1 million would allow us to contract with a vendor that could help us re-envision the possibilities for civil service, what that might look like, whether we take on certain bargaining units that are high priority first, or we look at certain departments and try to tackle them one at a time. We're open to any kinds of suggestions that would move the needle. But like I said, we really don't have the capacity internally to do this work.
So having said that, Director, this is priority number 13, but you're bringing up stuff that sounds very, very important. Over the course of the last 2 years, you've heard from some of my colleagues, some of these concerns. So again, but yet it's priority number 13. So can we justify, or well, what justification do you have that makes this number 13?
Well, I think all the things that we've talked about are important. I mean, it's hard to pick one. It's hard to prioritize, honestly. This is really important. My only hesitation is I know that it's going to be a lot of work. Even if we're not the ones leading the study, we're still going to have to invest time and effort, right? The consultants don't operate in a vacuum, which means that one person that I have is going to have a tremendous amount of work on her shoulders. And that's my only hesitation. It's obviously going to have to involve some other folks in order to make it successful. And that's my only hesitation in not putting it up at the top of the list, is that I want to make sure it's successful. We would only have the monies for 1 year. And obviously I want to be able to report successful results when I come back to you, you know, in a year or more. And because obviously we're probably going to ask for more funds if we're able to start this project, and we need additional funds to look at other bargaining units or other departments or other classes of work, however we decide to tackle this project.
So how did you develop the million? Is there a,
We did reach out first to the Hawaii Employers Council, which we just recently joined as members, and we talked to them and got their recommendation. I was hoping that they might be able to help us with this. They don't have the expertise or the ability to take on the project of this scope and complexity at this time, but they did refer us to another vendor who does do this kind of work. And our administrator spoke to them and asked them what they would estimate the cost would be. And it was, I think I want to say $1,200 to $2,500 per class of work. So as you folks have heard me say before, we have over 1,400 classes of work, civil service within the state. So just doing the math, we're looking at, if we were to touch everything, probably closer to $3.5 million at least. But I think we can discount some groups. For example, nurses. I don't think we need to look at nurses. It's a very homogeneous bargaining unit, homogeneous group. We pay very well. We have a lot of interest in nurse positions when we recruit. So perhaps they're not a priority. Same with our executive, our excluded managerial positions. Perhaps we don't need to consider them right away because we do have a lot of flexibility in terms of pay. I think I would, if you asked me what my priority would be, I would probably look at bargaining unit 3, then maybe 4, 13. There's a lot of competition for that sort of work.
This relate to your annual studies that could be done by the Hawaii Employers Council?
So what we're looking for them assistance with is mostly on the compensation side. So they do a number of salary surveys every year, and they will do customized salary surveys if we want to pay for those. So that was our ask last year, is for a little bit of money to be able to use them to collect the salary survey data. So for example, we want to know, what a particular occupation is being paid in the private sector in Hawaii. They can go gather that information, hopefully for us.
So the work you're asking to do with this $1 million or more is the entire classification system.
Yes, right. So right now, the example that I like to use, and sorry to those who've heard me say it before, but for example, we have like 7 different levels of accountants, everywhere from, at the 1 level, the trainee, the 2 levels, an advanced trainee, 3 levels, kind of your not as complex journey worker. 4 level is the more complex projects. A 5 is usually like highly complex, or your working supervisor. A 6 may be like a section supervisor or manager, and then a managerial level. Do we really need all those levels? I'm not sure that we need. Is that efficient, or is it just add to the complexity? Because each of those levels we have to determine qualification requirements. We have to keep those current. you know, and
So
maybe somebody
so
can
the
help
vendor will
envision
be able to say you should consolidate this. You've got too many classes, and that it could be streamlined a lot more so that we can be able to at least eliminate all the archaic classes that we had as well, and they'll be able to do that.
Perhaps, you know, I'm open to any kinds of recommendations. I don't think we have,
So what is the scope? What is the
preconceived idea.
scope of this contract that you're going to give out? What are they going to do for us?
to review, and that's open for discussion too. I think if ideally we'd look at bargaining unit 3 first, because there's so much variation in bargaining unit 3 jobs, that we would probably tackle it by bargaining unit, because within, according to statute and collective bargaining, we need to keep relationships within the bargaining unit consistent. So it makes most sense to me if we look at it bargaining unit by bargaining unit. And we tackle the MQs, we tackle the requirements, we can do some pathways work as well and try to kind of flesh that out. How does a person come from either high school or an associate's degree or a baccalaureate degree? And how do we get them into state jobs? Where do they start? Where do they, you know, where can they end up? Because that's part of what civil service, the statute dictates, is that we create a career pathway for government service. So we need help even looking at what degrees are more popular. What is, you know, has the terminology changed? Has the curriculum changed? We need to refresh all of that, and we just don't have the capacity to do that with one person.
So, Chair, can we just have kind of the scope of what you're thinking of with this to be you can bring it, send it in. As a follow-up question.
Well, I think, you know, this seems like it could help with the vacancies, but I think it's just something that is going to take a long time. So I think I have to agree with the chair is that this should be a higher priority. I think it's hard, but I think the hard stuff is what we have to get done if we're going to see some type of transformation in government. I think, you know, probably it's going to correlate to why are we paying so low for a certain type of job, right? And so we're going to have to start consolidating. So I hope, I agree, it shouldn't be priority 13. It should be way higher, probably higher than your furniture at this point. So hopefully we can get this done.
We want to keep the people we have doing the good work that they do. So, no, I hear you. And, you know, and that's really, it's obviously you folks have a lot of things to consider, a lot of priorities in the state. We appreciate the support. I appreciate your interest in this because that confirms that it's, you know, it is a priority. And to the extent that, you know, the weight will fall on our shoulders, we're willing to take it on.
But why did you decide to do it in a way where you would have to hire contractors versus having your own staff constantly reviewing the different units regularly?
It's pretty much just a result of, we just don't simply have the staff right now. We have in that classification branch, we have, I think, 6 vacancies at the moment, including the branch chief, as well as 5 staff level positions. If we were fully staffed, we would be able to chip away at this. But it takes years to develop the
So
kind
why
of,
not try to fix that?
well, we're trying to recruit, but finding individuals with this kind of expertise is challenging. It's challenging. We've been recruiting and we're continuing to try to fill those jobs. We had a cohort of some trainees a couple of years ago when we were here, and they've sort of since, you know, gone different ways. One became our HR officer, one went to another department, and 2 moved on to other areas. So it takes a special kind of person that really wants to dig into that analytical type of work and be able to flesh it out. And it takes a lot of training in order to do that job analysis and then make those connections to the MQs and the levels and
So how much
all
for
of
this? How much in salary savings are you getting from those positions that are vacant?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we're trying to fill them. It's you know, it's DLIR, I think, is, I've been told we're one of the few departments, maybe only one of 2 departments. We don't typically like cross funds over. Our salaries, we stay salaries. We don't use our salary savings for, you know, other purposes. Same with our other operating expenses. We don't typically do that. So
You don't
it's
have
not
to.
like it's
You
not like
create
we're using
special
it for something
positions
else.
and you get ARPA funds, so you don't have to do that.
Director, your staff did start working on some of the class reviews though, right? Like a few, right? Or a handful or so.
So that is part of our responsibility, right? So organically, these requests for changes or amendments to new classes do come from the departments. That's part of their responsibility, is when there are changes in their department, they need to let us know when the MQs should be modified, when the
So
job
who do they let
changes.
people, who do they let know if you're saying that whole division is vacant?
So they let our one person know. And we put it in the list of tasks that we need to, and we don't have a lot of them, actually. We have maybe, I don't know, 10 or 15 requests for an amendment or a new class. It's not a lot.
Oh, it's not part of our culture, that's why.
Yes,
That's the thing. I mean, we all see it, I guess, because we're,
right.
you know,
And
one arm's length removed, but I think when you're in it, you don't realize, hey, I should reevaluate this.
absolutely. And that's part of my frustration, is because I know it needs to be done. And sometimes we wait for the departments and they just simply don't have the time or energy to do it as well. So in order to help everybody move things along, we need to invest in this project. And then, hopefully we get some staff on board and then they can maintain it, right? As these individual amendments come in or changes, then we can handle that. But this kind of wholesale look at everything, re-envision it kind of work, I don't think we're going to be able to tackle anytime soon. And I feel like it is becoming a barrier to recruiting for certain jobs. I think everybody sitting behind me can point to a several that they would like to see changed.
Senator Kim?
Can I follow up, since we're talking about recruiting and the vacancies?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm looking at the vacancy list and I'm just wondering how valid is your fill date, because almost all of them says 2/1/2025. And some of them say pending list, interviews in progress, pending redescription, interviews in progress. So how realistic is 2/1/2025?
I know a couple of them, we have made offers, and we do anticipate that they will be accepted from a couple of the positions. Maybe some of them will have to push out a little bit, but all of those that say interview in progress, that's because we have a list and we are interviewing. So if we are able to find a suitable candidate, then we will be making offers and setting doing the onboarding and setting a.
So the 1/14/2025 is hired? Very first one? Was that the first one?
Sorry.
No, that's not the first one. It's you heard 102.
Transfer,
QA, new,
transfer is my name.
1/14/2025.
I believe that they are interviewing. I believe that there was a recommendation. I
But
can't
it says
be certain.
1/14, what is today? 16? And then, because it seems like everything on this list is 1/25, and that's only like, what, 10 days away? And then on the last page, you have date of vacancy 11/18/2024, expected fill date 1/31/2024. So it's not filled, it is filled?
That one, we did fill it and then the individual left.
When,
So it's back into recruitment.
so when did they leave?
I believe maybe December, end of November.
So how would you have? How was it? How would you have 1/21/2024?
So this was back from November. So I think we were obviously optimistic that we would be able to make some progress in a couple months.
But if it was November, then this one would have been filled, right? It wouldn't be on the vacancy report. But you said that person left. By the time you did this, they already left?
No, so it became vacant on November 18th, right? That's the date of the vacancy. So immediately, as soon as it becomes vacant, we try to fill it again. So we ask for another list.
Yeah,
to
but you could
interview.
have filled it of last year, this past year.
Oh, sorry, it should have said 25. I'm sorry. That's a typo. Its expected fill date should have been 1/31/25,
Yeah,
but
so-
of course that didn't happen.
I was
But we're
confused.
continue to recruiting.
Why would you have that?
Continue to recruit. Sorry, that is a typo.
I just raise this because every department gives very aspirational fill dates because they just don't want us to cut it if it's longer than 3 years.
Right.
And so, yeah, I'm just trying to get realistic.
Well, I think you can see from our, the data vacancy that all of our vacancies, for the most part, are within the last, 2022, 2023, 2024. And then we have, of course, our new positions, which we're in the progress of filling. process of filling at the moment too.
Okay, thank you. So how many vacancies are in your classification branch then?
I think there are 6.
And then how
That's what
many
she said. Yeah.
employees do you have? How many employees do you have in your classification branch?
Right now we have 3. So we have Kylie. Kylie, she gets, yeah. She's carrying the load.
So
And then
you
she
need
has
9.
She has 2 clerical positions or technician in her position to help sort of with the paperwork stuff, but she is the lone person kind of keeping us afloat at the moment.
So to serve the departments, all the departments with requests and, you know, looking at the classification maybe changes as you go along, how many is the full complement that, so the 6 plus the 3 would be a full complement?
Yes.
No, I thought that was a separate division that would normally do this classification and compensation study.
Yes, so it's in our classification branch, of which there, I think there are 9 positions total. So we have 3 filled, including Kylie, and 6 vacancies, including the branch chief that's vacant, and 5 professional staff that would do this.
The branch
job
chief
now.
and all of their staff. So this, okay.
So you have a compensation and a classification in the division.
Yes.
So how many in the?
So compensation is separate. Compensation branch is Joy. Here. Joy in the back. She does all the compensation work.
And how many there?
There are 3. So Joy's the branch chief, and then we have 2 staff under her. And they all fall under the employee relations division.
Okay, so the rest, I guess, because it's, oh, wait, sorry. Senator.
Yeah, at the appropriate time, can I ask about table 14 contract costs?
Go ahead.
Director, on page 28 of 45, your contract costs, this is in regards to your recruitment efforts. The second and third line at the end, HRD 102 related to LinkedIn, and then HRD 102 consolidated theaters. Is the department planning to go out again for renewal on LinkedIn?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
And then as a follow-up to that, has the department looked at other avenues such as social media like Facebook and Instagram to do advertising? Because that can be relatively cheap to advertise to
Yeah.
a certain
If you
pool.
follow Erin Connor.
Yeah.
Well, I get it to Erin Connor's.
I mean, just ads. I don't know if you're doing ads on that platform because I know consolidated theaters in this line item, you have 6 theaters that are selected. I'm not sure how big of a reach you have with things, you know, with at home in streaming that people see, and if you're on these type of platforms.
That's a great suggestion, and we'll look into that.
Okay,
You mean actually funding social media advertising?
correct.
Yeah, versus just the regular
That's correct, Chair. Yeah.
posting.
Thank you for looking into that.
Thanks. I was gonna ask about the same thing. Is there a way to create like a really simple, you know, like one-liner description that's like digestible for, I think, some of the positions being advertised? Because often, well, I totally applaud, you know, getting onto LinkedIn was huge. I think even some of the other social media stuff, it's challenging for the average person to get excited about like administrative assistant level 3, whatever, you know, positions, because you're like, what the heck is that, right? Nobody really knows. But basically make this stuff digestible and understandable to the average person. And then underneath it can be like the official designation, you know, whatever.
Okay, we'll take a look at that as well. So part of this is looking at everything, right? Nothing is off the table. We're willing to entertain any ideas that would make us more effective in recruiting and retaining staff. That's the bottom line. And all of my staff know that. That's what our mission is to recruit and retain a capable workforce. And we're interested in entertaining all sorts of ideas about how to make that better.
Regarding that, on the different platforms, whether it's the bus or, you know, social media, whatever, do you have any impact data? So, you know, we got so many applicants because from various
That's a
sources.
good one. Yeah, to see what's effective, how
Yeah.
much through LinkedIn, how much through social media,
So,
how much through these, I think I saw at some shopping centers, you guys have,
yes, we do.
yeah,
malls.
I mean,
So, when, I believe, Heather, do you have information about that? I
no,
believe
if
when.
you don't have to present the numbers now, I think you
ask
just
us
want
and
to know,
we get
yeah.
More comprehensive.
Yeah, we can
response.
follow the
Okay.
exact numbers in a
I
memo.
believe we do ask when they apply, how they heard about us.
Yeah, because then you know if advertising or
Right.
spending their dollars are actually effective or not.
So we can share that result with you.
I noticed the next one, that's just That's not numbered, but that's just transferring after number 13.
Oh, yes. So, I think you've probably heard us talk before. We have a contract with, Risk Connect to do, to manage our workers' comp claims electronically. We used to do it manually, very manually. And so, Jen's team just this month went live with Risk Connect, which is workers' comp claims software. The contract monies originally, when it was authorized by the legislature, went to ETS. And it's really DHERD's the only user of that. So kind of between the two of us, they would like to give us the money. We're willing to take it and maintain the contract. So this is a request to transfer the funds that have been in their budget to DHERD, and we'll take on that contracting.
Okay. And then the last, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4 are all for office allowance.
Yes, would you like to hear from Tia?
Well, we still have to make sure that if the bill doesn't pass, then this kind of moot.
It is, but it is a budget. I mean, I think it's been presented as part of the budget as well. So up to you if you'd like to hear from her in terms of the rationale for why DHERD makes sense.
No, I told you that rationale
All right.
and discussion can be heard through the bill,
Okay.
because that's a bigger policy question.
Okay.
So maybe what we might want to do is when the bill comes through, we can amend the bill to include all of these items and then have that discussion then.
Okay.
Because if not, it's too premature. And when other agencies like Stadium Authority and ADC got transferred to DBED, the first year was not in the budget. It was the subsequent year that was in the budget. So this doesn't follow past practice. Okay, any questions for DHERD?
I do.
Go ahead.
So Act 186 authorized other departments to conduct their own MQ screening, and they were supposed to send it to you once they did the MQ qualification review. What was a number that has come in to you, and with what result?
We actually have not had any departments that have asked for that kind of delegation to date. We've sent out a couple of memos advising them of this opportunity and option, but we haven't had any uptake as of today. We did have a couple of departments who've asked for more ongoing delegation. So they want to do everything themselves rather than just getting the list after we recruit. We've had, especially from Department of Land and Natural Resources, they've taken on a number of classes in the last many months, and they usually will just do everything themselves.
So including the MQ review.
Yes, so they do full delegation, mostly for classes of work that are unique to their department.
And what has been the effectiveness of changing the secretary to the admin assistant? And I know it's improved, getting more applicants. And I'm just wondering whether that could be extended to office assistants as well, or have you thought about that? Because that also is kind of a archaic class.
Let me just look here. So one of the things that we added to the Act 57 report this year is on table 7 on page 7. And this report, I think, was transmitted to the legislature. I believe it's on your website. It's also on our website, but page 7, we've included a column where we've included the number of applicants that we qualified for these kind of largest pool of vacancies, right? So one of those is for, I believe that was on here. Let me just find it. Oh, administrative assistant, formerly, we put formerly secretary, so people know that that's what we're talking about. So right now we have 106 vacancies, which is a little more than last year actually, but we've qualified 507 applicants. So that's the number of names that we've sent out to departments. So about, 5 to 1 in terms of applicants and vacancies.
What about office assistants? That's another.
Office assistants, okay, so we have 463 vacancies. We've qualified 1,439 applicants.
So we should change the title of that as well.
I don't know, that is kind of a newer title. So this group used to be known as clerk typist, clerk steno. And so nobody does steno anymore. So we rolled it all into office assistant as kind of a generic catch-all for that type of work.
It doesn't.
It's a relatively new title.
So it's effective to combine it all and have one title. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I had a question later on, but I'm gonna wait till the subject matter has a discussion on it regarding the delegating of authority to the departments. Because in some of the budget hearings, they're saying it doesn't seem to be quite working, and you don't have to respond now. But I just want to put it on the record, and then when the subject matter actually hears it, because it's not a budget request, I don't want to really dive into it.
Okay.
And then hopefully when that discussion occurs, we can either tweak the process or, I don't know if it's internal that between the departments and DLIR that just got to be relooked at.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we're gonna,
Just one question.
okay,
Sorry. I know sorry, I know we went over on probably, but for the unemployment, this is something, I don't know if you guys will answer the phone from your guys' office, but we've been trying to get, a lot of these people that came to me, they cannot speak good English. They got let go from, one of the hotels in Colina, for various reasons. When they applied for the unemployment, 12 of them got,
no, next hearing,
what was the next year?
yeah, next, unemployment, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, next one.
sorry.
Okay, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess so that we can transition to Department of Labor. So thank you. Recess.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, calling to order the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Labor and Technology. So next we'll hear from the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations, who will present their biennial budget requests. Good afternoon, Happy New Year.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year, Chair De La Cruz, Vice Chair Aquino and Vice Chair Moriwaki. Thank you for this opportunity to provide you updates on the department's budget and operations. I'm Jade Butai, Director of the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations. Before I give my remarks, I want to introduce some of the key people who are with me. Like prior budgets, this one is a result of many people working collaboratively. And I would like to acknowledge their hard work and valuable contributions. Without their efforts, this budget would obviously not have been possible. They all work hard in the dark to shine in the light. I'm grateful for their tremendous efforts and I appreciate all that they do. So when I call your name, please raise your hand. Bill Kunzman, Deputy Director. David Rodriguez, Legislative Coordinator and Equal Opportunity Officer. Lynn Araki Regan, Administrative Services Officer. Francis Kagawa, Accountant 5. Kim Nguyen, Human Resources Officer. Bennett Yap, IT Manager. From our Unemployment Insurance Division, and Pereira Eustaquio, Administrator. From our Disability Compensation Division, Royden Coito, he's the Program Support Chief. From our Workforce Development Division, Maricar Pilotin Freitas, Administrator. Jay Ishibashi, Job Training Specialist. From our Occupational Safety and Health Division, Alan Yamamoto, Acting Administrator. From our Wage Standards Division, Cheryl Lee, Administrator. Mary Imamura, Labor Law Staff Supervisor. Peter Lee, Technical Support Staff Specialist. From our Hawaii Civil Rights Commission, Marcus Kawatachi, Executive Director. The next person, he needs no introduction because many of you have seen and experienced this great work firsthand. He's the new chair of our Hawaii Labor Relations Board, Dwight Takamini. And with him is Ib Young from our Labor Industrial Relations Appeals Board, Damian Elefante, chair. From our Workforce Development Council, Dedette Misalucha, Executive Director. From our Hawaii Retirement Savings Board, Alani Yugi, Executive Director. And from our State Fire Council, Gary Lum, Administrative Specialist. The DLIR continues to focus on recruitment and retention. We currently have a vacancy rate of 14%, excluding federal positions for which there is no current funding, and 89-day hires. During calendar year 2024, we increased our workforce by 10.5% by filling 189 positions while having 128 job separations. Since the inception of the Hele Imua program in July 2022, we have placed 619 interns throughout the state, including the DOE. I have to first say thank you, Chair, for giving us the resources to implement Hele Imua and for the work that you have done over the years on this program to keep Hawaii's talent here. 62 or about 10% of those interns have found permanent positions in the state's workforce. We have hired 17 out of those 62, slightly more than 1/4 of the permanent hires. During fiscal year 2024, we placed 324 Hele Imua interns throughout the state, thanks to the hard work of our Workforce Development Division, our Human Resources Office, and our Administrative Services Office. I would be remiss, chairs, if I don't also to acknowledge one of our Hele Imua intern, Genesis Pinks, and she's one of your constituent.
Oh, yeah.
Before delving into our budget matters, I'd like to bring a few things to your attention, starting with more information on our departmental workforce. We hosted our own in-house job and resource fair on November 22 to provide hiring managers with a chance to get to know candidates' personalities and background beyond their resumes and applications. In fact, the DLIR selected 3 of 5 eligibles recruited at the event. We increased participation at job fairs and attended 13 events in 2024, hosted by the Workforce Development Division, as well as those hosted by the University of Hawaii at Manoa and West Oahu, Hawaii Pacific University, Schindler College of Business, and Star Advertiser. We use Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, X, and our recruitment page to post content about DLIR culture, recruiting events, departmental spotlights, and job opportunities. The DLIR uses all the system-wide tools available, including the flexible hiring rate, shortage differential, hiring above the minimum, and using career ladders for certain positions, whereby entry-level employees may obtain a 29% pay increase within 2.5 years. Our ASO, Lina Ragi Reagan, has developed a newsletter, and our PIO posts content on our internal internet page to bolster our mission, culture, and benefits. Lastly, the department has 2 major modernizations efforts underway. UI's Hui Wakai project and the Disability Compensation Division's electronic case management system, the latter of which I'll discard shortly because it's tied to budget requests. The Hui Wakai project, is on track. If the project team keep doing great things, hopefully they'll work themselves out of a job in 2027. The term working together does not sufficiently describe the extreme collaboration that UI did last year with the modernization project and also launching a new unemployment insurance call center and a streamlined web inquiry form. I was grateful but not surprised when they took on this task. These updates are designed to improve access to the program for Hawaii's diverse population and enhance the overall customer experience. Also, for your information, the Unemployment Compensation Trust Fund had $711 million on November 30, which is the statutory date for calculation of the next calendar year's tax schedule, which will be Schedule C for 2025. Regarding our budget requests, the department obtained approval from Governor Green for many of our budget requests for fiscal biennium 2025 to 2027. And we were spared all the vacancies we wanted to keep, largely due to most of those being federally funded positions in our unemployment insurance and workforce development divisions and our administrative services office that are therefore ready available to ramp up hiring should the federal government provide funding in the case of a significant economic downturn or crisis like the COVID-19 emergency. Our big ticket item is the DCD electronic case management system support, maintenance and operations. We're requesting almost $3 million for each year of the biennium to fund the maintenance and operations of our electronic case management system with associated licenses and cloud services. The budget request ensures that the state's secured infrastructure environment is properly maintained and licensed. The funding provides the means for injured workers, employers, attorneys, and physicians to electronically file and access workers' compensation and temporary disability cases in a secured cloud environment. The system supports the department's mission to increase economic security through efficient online filings and timely benefit payments. The system went live in December 2022 with project enhancements completed December 2024. To date, there's been a total investment of $16.7 million in the project. DCD is also requesting the restoration of 2 enforcement specialist positions, one on Oahu and one in Hilo. These positions support the administration and enforcement of the workers' compensation, temporary disability insurance, and prepaid healthcare laws. Since 2009, the investigation section has lost 2 enforcement specialist positions on Oahu and 3 enforcement specialist positions on the neighbor islands. The total number of investigations statewide decreased from 11 to 6, or a 45% decline in investigation staffing. The staffing shortage was further exacerbated by the acquisition of the responsibility for DCD to process applications for certificates of compliance for Hawaii Compliance Express. Currently, the investigation section processes 4,200 HCE requests per month, especially as many entities now use HCE for other non-government purpose like confirmation of businesses insurance and licensing. Restoring these 2 positions will provide more meaningful administration of these laws help DCD stay up to date on Hawaii Compliance Express certificates, and increase collection efforts for overpayments and penalties. Two HR human resources specialists to implement the HOLO delegation and Act 186. We currently have 73 designated classes of work delegated by DHER. The recruitment and examination section of the HR staff office that is currently staffed with one HR specialist is swamped with requests for recruitment activities. The assumption of additional work by existing staff has created a tremendous backlog. As a result, the catch-up work has been severely curtailing the current HR staff from providing much needed and timely assistance to program administrators and staff. Two new HR specialist positions will provide the necessary professional assistance needed to address the backlog and allow the HR staff to provide more timely assistance to the programs. Two labor law enforcement specialists for our wage standards division. In the compliance branch, there is a continuous backlog of Chapter 104 HRS prevailing wage cases. The two additional investigators will initially focus on minimum wage, overtime, and unpaid wages cases, which will allow higher level labor law enforcement specialists to exclusively investigate and catch up on the backlog of Chapter 104 prevailing wage cases. The additional positions will also provide for more active strategic enforcement program by conducting focused industry compliance checks. And for the Immigrant Services and Access Unit for Office of Community Services, this request funds two positions and expands the immigration resource centers to provide more direct client assistance. Act 207 SLH 2024 provided funding for two FTEs to OCS to create an immigrant services and access unit within its staff, one program staff and one fiscal staff. The bill also appropriated $12,000 in operation funds and $300,000 in program funds to expand the OCS immigration resource centers. However, the funding is limited to the appropriation made by the Act and non-recurring. OCS believes that this budget request is essential for OCS to comply with and promote one of the key statutory mandates and goals that the legislature prescribed for OCS when it created OCS by law, HRS Chapter 371K in 1985. OCS was created by consolidating several state agencies, including in particular the State Immigrant Services Center. Among other responsibilities, HRS 371K-31 directs OCS Executive Director to serve as the principal official in state government responsible for the coordination of programs for the needy, poor, and disadvantaged persons, refugees, and immigrants. And finally, on the federal funding, without a doubt, our jobs will be challenging. We are aware of the stated policy priorities of the new federal administration and the makeup of Congress, especially as our operations are about 60% federally funded. You know, the new president will be sworn in on Monday, and we've seen in the past that after the swearing in, sooner or later comes the swearing in. And it's also, you know, it's all speculation until there's specific proposals or actual budget changes. So our federal programs are in touch with our federal counterparts as always, and preparing, and we'll keep the legislature apprised as issues arise. You know, we have plans and options in case of potential federal funding shortfalls. You know, we're going to work with anyone who has an idea to meet our budget needs. And we promise we won't be shy should a critical issue arise where we might need additional support from the legislature. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. On behalf of the employees of DLIR, we look forward to working with you. We will do our best to respond to any questions you may have.
Okay, you mentioned that I guess it was your priority 9 for OCS. You mentioned that in your remarks. Is the number we have on table 6 is 440,000. Is that slightly different, or is that?
That's correct, Chair.
So, but your opening remark said, is that the number I thought it was slightly different.
I don't think I mentioned any
Okay.
figure on my opening remarks, but the 440,000 is correct.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, why don't we quickly go over table 6, and you mentioned the first one, the almost $3 million for the management support.
Yeah, that's for the
Any
DCD.
questions on that item? Okay, then the holo delegation program.
This is for our HR. You know, like I mentioned, we have over 70 positions that are delegated to us, and you know, we need we have a lot of backlog, and you know, I think having two more HR specialists will.
Yeah, because this is from last session, yeah, HB 1832.
And is this for your department delegations? What is this paying for? The 2 positions, what are they doing?
Yeah, this is for our HR office.
So you're adding 2 HR positions.
Not the whole.
No, two HR positions
I
for
see.
our department.
So how many in your office now?
We have 7.
And you're adding 2 more? And how are they different than the 7 you already have?
No, can you speak in the mic, please? Just state your name.
So this additional 2 position will be.
Can you state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Kim Win. I'm the HR officer for the department. Yeah, so the HR department, we handle classification, labor relation, and recruitment. So recruitment staff, currently we have only 1 person to handle all the recruitment activity. So the labor person have to back up, and sometimes I'm back up, and then the transaction staff have to help also, because we have only 1 specialist focus on all the recruitment activities. Yeah, so that's why, and our department also have 73 delegated class of work that instead of DLIR, the recruitment person have to do all from A to Z to generate the list. Yeah, so to post the vacancy, to screen the application, and to certify a list to give to the program to fill. And then we have 73 delegated class of work that only 1 person handle it.
So you've had this delegation for how long? The
Since
authority.
1989 to 19.
And so what were you doing between 1989 and now when you needed 2 additional positions in terms of the recruitment? And I guess you're doing the whole thing. So it's classification, recruitment, and hiring.
So the recruitment staff should have more than 1 staff. We have only 1 person to do all the recruitment activities.
But from 1989 to now, you have only 1, but now you're asking for 2 more positions. What were you doing between then and now?
so all other staff have to chip in, like have to help the one person to do the recruitment activities. And then which will delay our service to the program on other areas. Yeah. So we hope that with the 2 additional staff, then the recruitment can do more on the recruitment activities. Maybe then they can, like generate the list faster, certify the list sooner, and then give it to the program sooner. Yeah.
So what do your other staff do then? The other staff in HR do,
So they
in terms of recruiting and, hiring.
No,
so
but you're
other
saying-
staff, they do transaction, they do classification and compensation, and they do labor relation.
Question? Sure.
on this one.
Yes, immigration, yeah, 903.
No, we're on number 2 still.
Oh, sorry, I thought we were on number on immigration.
HR for the department.
No, but we're talking about 73 delegated class of work. We have the delegations in mind.
Okay, any more questions on the holo delegation? Okay, why don't you explain the next one, your priority 3? I think you mentioned that in your opening remarks too, but
For the special fund.
the backlog.
Currently now, with our wage standards division, we have about 76, backlog. These are chapter 104 cases. There's about 65 cases that are more than 360 days. Three cases, more than 180 days, and 8 cases that are less than 90 days. So, we've had a continuous backlog on this chapter 104, and I think the 2 additional investigators will, they will initially focus on minimum wage, overtime, and unpaid wage cases, which will allow higher level labor law enforcement specialists to exclusively investigate and catch up on the, on the 104 prevailing wage cases.
So Director, how long have you had these vacancies for these 2 particular positions?
For the wage standards?
Yes. How long haven't?
No, we're requesting 2 more positions.
No, yeah, there's new,
Yeah,
New
these are
positions. Okay, got it. Thank you.
but you don't have vacancies in the division.
Yeah, we have one vacancy.
So wait, so are you asking for 2 more to the 1 vacant or?
Yeah.
2 additional?
Yeah.
to the-
So you feel those 2 will catch you up?
We think so, Chair.
Oh, she left. Okay. Okay, number 4. Disability.
This is for our DCD. Because we've had we lost 2 enforcement specialist positions in since 2009, and 3 enforcement specialist positions on the neighbor islands. And with the increase of the doing the certificates of compliance for the Hawaii Compliance Express, we were processing like 4,200 HCE. So if we restore, if we have these 2 positions, it will help us stay up to date with the Hawaii Compliance Express, and also increase our collection for overpayments and penalties.
You had a question?
Yeah, I just want to go back, sorry, to your priority 1 on same disability compensation division, the 2.9 million for each year, the 26, 27. Is that I thought the project was completed, or is that is that the annual operating cost for the
Yeah, that's
system?
the operation and maintenance.
So that's going to stay at 2.9 into the future?
Yeah, it's 2. Let me bring in Roylan Coito. He's I'm sorry, would you repeat the question again,
Yeah,
please?
so your 2.9 million that you're requesting 2 years out, that's for I thought you had the completion of the DCD modernization project.
Yes, we did, but that 2.9 represents the maintenance and operations, the annual recurring costs together with the licenses as well.
So that will be ongoing annual cost for maintaining the system.
Yes, unless we could probably reduce it a bit if we can get more resource. Well, we'd have to check and see if we can get some group discounts, perhaps working with ETS and perhaps with the department to see whether or not we can get some governmental type discounts, group discounts, so we can lower the costs and maybe try and get some additional positions to train some techs so that they can take over some of the maintenance and operations requirements that are contracted with.
So do you have sort of your local grown people to manage this? And does that 2.9 include now the consultant doing it? Or are your own staff doing the maintenance? So you're just paying for software. Is this 2.9 just for software, or does it also include staffing from the
No, there's no
consultant?
positions with
No.
this.
But the consultant is doing all of the work.
Right, 1.7 million is for the consultant. The rest is for the licenses.
So my question is, are they training some of your staff to take over the 1.7 million in the long run to do the maintenance?
Right now, we don't have any staff that we can train.
So no IT staff at
Well,
DCD
not from Disability Compensation Division. We don't have any IT.
or the
specs to do
department?
that. I'm sorry?
What about the department doesn't staff you or help you? You're just doing it straight for consultancies. The contract is to run your whole program.
Right. We have support from
You
our
might be
IT staff department, ICT staff.
Well, why don't you just say that? Because we're going in circles.
Okay, can you just find a way that you can use the 1.7 million to train your own staff? So in the long run, you're running it and not the consultant.
Well, why don't you explain? Not all of it is recurring though, right?
Yes.
Overtime.
No,
Over time, this 2.9 goes forever.
no,
Oh,
no.
not
Recurring is
Recurring.
no.
Recurring.
No,
Yeah, what is the recurring?
Recurring is
Yes.
1.4,
Okay.
and then the rest is one time.
The 1.7 is both 1.7 and the 1.2 would be recurring. Yes. Unless we can find a way to reduce that.
So the
through
whole
dip-
amount is
yeah,
recurring.
Discounts.
Okay, maybe this is something we have to have a discussion with the CIO then. But you're not opposed to the state trying to build its own local capacity so that we can at least get the maintenance done by the state.
Yeah, DCD has we don't have any.
No,
objections to
yeah,
that.
no, I get that.
Yeah,
But maybe we can work with the CIO for the regular maintenance.
Yes.
Okay, that's, I guess, something that we would have to follow up on.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't we go to number 4? I think that's where we were. Oh, 5, sorry.
5.
Special.
Wait, that was last year.
So 5 is this is for the Hawaii Labor Relations Board staff attorney. Basically, you passed the to draft rules establishing for new bargaining units.
For what? If you don't have questions, no need. Yeah.
Yeah, it's for
Okay, anybody got questions? You have a
Later on table 6.
Oh, okay. Okay, next then, equity and access staff. You're converting
Yeah, let me bring,
from, no, you're just converting.
yeah, we're converting unemployment insurance specialist to program specialist.
Yeah, but these two bodies are, they're already there? No. Are these vacancies that you're having to convert?
Let me, and
Good afternoon,
Good
chairs,
afternoon.
vice chairs, members of the committee, and Pereira Eustachio, UI administrator. So those two positions, we'd like to transfer from federal positions to general
Okay.
funded positions. We have the funding on the general fund side already. We just don't have the position counts.
Okay,
And so we have
because you've lost the federal funds or you think you're gonna lose them?
we've never had federal funds for
Mhm.
those
And
positions.
why are they?
So you know how our budget goes up and down, so we just don't have federal funds to cover
Okay.
those positions. We have an equity and access coordinator currently at unemployment insurance, which is a special project program.
Okay, so once this gets transferred, then you can fill the two positions.
That's correct.
Okay, any questions on that one? Okay, why don't you go to number 7? This is just what central services from your special fund.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
this is you want to change this to recurring. So it's going to be an F 200,000 every year.
Let's just go off with the fiscal office. So basically, it's just the ceiling for the special fund to reimburse BNF for the central service assessments. Right now, it's at 300,000, which is to reimburse the AG's office for legal services for collections.
Okay. And then now BNF is, so BNF was also always in there or you're adding BNF?
We adding BNF. Before, we could pay because the AG services was less.
Oh, so it was always in there, but the AG services went up in cost, so now you're having to.
Yes.
Why did AG services go up?
They had additional positions and the fringe benefits went up.
Oh,
And with
okay,
the hazard pay, we
okay,
all have to pay AG's back.
okay. Okay, why don't we go to the retirement savings program?
Yeah,
This is
the,
pay differential.
yeah, it was the, increase the salary. I know we went,
This position is filled?
we just, yeah, we
Oh,
just
okay.
pulled it, yeah. And we, we went, we tried to fill it twice and then it wasn't, the pay
Oh, okay,
wasn't
I see.
competitive.
So you guys had to increase the salary to recruit.
Yes,
And so now you're coming back in to ask for the difference.
it's correct, Chair.
Okay. Okay, number 9. I think you brought this up too.
Yeah, this is for the Immigrant and Services Access Unit.
But so the individual salary for each one would be 210.
We have Bowman June from our office.
This is salary and program or just salary?
The 210.
No, it says 440
Oh, that's salary and the
or 220.
yes, it's salary and the other. And the for furniture.
Oh, okay. So that's not the full salary amount, the
No,
440.
no, it's not.
This is salary amount.
I think one is for I'm sorry, no.
Okay, just send it to us.
Yes.
Just send it to us. Okay, why don't we move on to your number 10? That's end funds. So this is money we're receiving, yeah?
That's correct, Chair. We're
Okay.
receiving.
And then unemployment administration grant. This is additional funds we're receiving.
Chair, can we go back to the previous one,
Go ahead.
the 4.1? So I know that's end funds. Is that annual at that amount? Because I know there was an increase of 60% from your previous biennial budget for that. It's And then as a follow-up to that, is that grant funds, that is federal funds, that is a match or not a match?
Oh, non-matching.
Okay.
And there was an increase, prior was only 6 million. Our current grant is up to almost 10 million.
So it's gone up. Okay, thank you.
You're asking for this amount to be recurring or just the 2 years? So you anticipate the higher amount every year?
Based on October. Well, the current
Even-
grant right now is 24 is 10 million.
What, even in your director, in your opening remarks, even with the change in administration, you still anticipate that?
At this point, when we did the budget, last year, we just used the current grant.
Okay, thank you.
It may change.
Yeah, so maybe it shouldn't be recurring.
Could be reduced,
Okay,
but we don't know how much the new administration cut it at this point.
okay. Well, we have some time. Okay, number 11. You're just getting additional grant funds.
That's correct, Chair.
And then same for number 12.
Correct.
Go ahead.
I want to go back to HHS. You know, in the past, we've had problems with the vacancies, and I see on table 11, you still have like 19 vacancies, and you don't have that as a priority at all. How are you operating without compliance officers or whatever you need for checking out workplace safety?
No, we've made tremendous progress in filling some of our vacancies. You mean HHS?
So I see 19 vacancies still in your table 11. Our page 19.
Table, what table?
Table 11 vacancies.
Yeah, we,
That's a labor 143. I see 19 vacancies.
yeah, we've made tremendous progress in filling some of our vacancies for HHS, but a lot of them are the elevator and.
Oh,
I think
I
there's
thought we
one-
tried to help though last year to give you the pay differential so you
Yeah,
could,
we've been, we went to DHERD and
they still don't want to give you the
Yeah.
amount we budgeted for it?
they didn't approve it. So we tried to do a special project. Because these positions, I mean, when, they're like the price tag at a H4 convention when they go out into the field.
How many people have you hired in HHS?
No, but the difficult part is because there's two, right?
Mhm.
Two categories. One you got approved, one you didn't. So
We got
what we
the
tried to do
elevator
is,
inspectors, we got that approved, but the boiler we didn't get.
yeah, so that's done. We tried to help and fund the differential so you could recruit two.
Correct.
And you're successful.
No, because DHERD did not help in
Yeah, they didn't
allowing him to
approve.
spend the money to increase the salary.
So we tried to go another way by doing a special project.
So that you
You
could
got
use the
that.
money.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Is there a legislative fix so that we can help? Like what kind of language for a bill? And you guys go think about it. You don't have to
Yeah.
answer now, but you should think about it. Because if not, if we don't increase the salary, how are you going to recruit?
No,
You have the
it's,
money for the salary too. No, we increased it.
I mean,
Yeah.
we've relayed that, that communication, that you guys.
No, I know. I'm just wondering if there's a way that we could require it by statute. And if you guys could think about that.
Well, you could put it.
Well, you can think about it and
Yeah.
get back to us. Sounds like you guys are going to have a conversation and brainstorm.
No, those positions are very hard to fill.
Yeah. Okay. Well, maybe you can think about either some delegated authority or some statutory mandate to help with the situation. And then get back to us
Okay, we'll do that.
soon though, because
Yeah.
we have a deadline on bill introduction. Okay, any other questions? Question.
I have a quick question. So earlier this week, we found out that there's going to be a transfer of the state fire marshal. Maybe if you can kind of talk about that, I'm not
But
quite
it's,
sure.
that's a bill though, right?
Yeah, there's a, there's a draft,
Admin package.
yes. I mean, because basically, fire safety is integral to disaster preparedness and, Department of Labor. I mean, we're more about, improving economic security and physical and economic well-being and productivity of workers. But, DOD, where it's going to be transferred to, I mean, their mission is more centered on disaster preparedness, response coordination and public safety. So we facilitated the establishment and recruitment of the position, the state fire marshal. And, we've done our part to support the governor and legislature's policy on the state fire marshal. But there's a bill.
Yeah. Okay, well, we look forward to seeing the language of the bill. And then from there, we probably can ask better questions.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Unemployment, Chrissy, can I-
Yeah. Annie. Did you guys try to take this offline first or no can?
Well, I just got text on all the
Oh,
numbers.
okay.
I was wrong.
Okay.
So it's 23, the various positions at Aulani that they was let go this last year. And when they had applied for unemployment, 23 of them was denied their claim. And then when you guys ask for more information, most of them is senior citizens. Some of them, well, not some of them, all of them get a dialect problem. So they kind of maneuver through the maneuvering what you guys, questions you asked. So they had requests to have a, maybe not, but probably was with you guys, if they can all come in together. Somebody from you guys' office told them to individually go on Zoom. Some of them don't know how to go on Zoom and they don't have capability to go on Zoom. So what they wanted to know is how these guys can come to you guys. If anything, we can bring them to you guys to work this thing out, because the various stuff that they got laid off for was very stupid. And I'm very upset with Aulani for doing that. Some of it is age, we know it's age discrimination, because certain things that they wasn't doing in their duties because of their scope of work. But that's something to determine. But they're still suffering right now. Can I get diapers? Can I get food? Whatever. So we try to help them expedite their unemployment. So we know what direction that we can help facilitate meeting with you guys to get them all in the same room and kind of go over and help them like we did, that I did with them upstairs before to file.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the question. One problem with getting them all together in one room is the confidentiality.
Yes, that's what we did downstairs. So when we applied for them individually downstairs on the laptops, I guess what they're saying is that it was already hard to get them to come to the Capitol. So we filed all the claims and we told them when they get denied, we'll try individual facilitate them, but it's not easy to maneuver. So we understand the HIPAA law, but they're not worried about the HIPAA law. They're only worried about how they're gonna get the unemployment. So they're all pretty much close knit, whatever. So it's up to you guys. Like when we did over there, they had said that they waive their HIPAA rights to get this thing expedited. So that's what I think individually, if we can get them in one area and you guys can discuss with that, because this is 23 of them and that's a lot.
We can actually work with them one-on-one as well.
Oh,
That's
but do
the
you need,
responsibility.
what's that office that provides language assistance?
We actually do. So.
Oh, you do that
we
internally
just
already?
implemented most
Oh.
recently with the special project position where I just talked about, where we are helping with equitable access. That's one of the requirements we need to meet with the CRC finding with the U.S. Department of Labor.
So what would be the best way for,
So there's several ways. It depends on the individual.
no, so
we have-
would it be helpful if he had like a meeting with the 23 people and you,
Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely reach out to me. We have an opportunity to work with organizations here who provide interpretation services. So they can translate for us as
Yeah.
well. If they have, they speak in.
Yeah, we get the just because it's sad because not all of them got rehired. Some of them got hired at the Marriott, but there's over half is not working and they're still suffering for compensation. So yeah, I'll work with her offline. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just had one question. Not UI. I don't know, I guess, there was some money that went to the Maui Economic Opportunity for the Maui Fire Victims Job Program. And we talked about this at the WDC meeting. And the article that came out about it wasn't very complimentary. So if you can explain what happened, because the perception is that there was very little oversight from the state side in making sure that this was implemented correctly. You can just state your name. And if it's confidential things, then we can just take this offline.
Chairs, vice chairs, and members of the committee. Maricar Pilotin Freitas, Administrator of the Workforce Development Division. So when we get awarded with any national disaster money, the federal government gives us a cap. So it was 21 million, but you don't get the entire amount really. You get half incremental funding. So when you are 45 days of expending the money, or 70% of the funds are expended, then you can ask for the next incremental funding. So that's what we did. We're going to increase our contract with Maui Economic Opportunity to ensure services are carried out till September 30th.
Okay. Because, well, part of the concern too at the time was the work that they were getting grant money for even something that they could do?
Yes.
So because they did not have access to the burn site.
So part of the disaster, there's several funding that we can use. The disaster money is to clean up because we were not given clearance. So we diverted those to humanitarian efforts, including passing out food, helping to fill out the application for loans. So all those, there's several companies that's acting as the host site for these. So the disaster and restore the areas to how it was. So including
So wait, is this situation dealt with or is it still ongoing?
no, it's dealt with.
Okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're gonna adjourn and then we convene for transportation at 3 p.m. Thank you. Okay, calling to order the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Transportation and Culture and the Arts. So this afternoon, we'll hear from the Department of Transportation who will present their biennial budget request. So good afternoon. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Chairs. Chairs Dela Cruz and Lee, Vice Chair Moriwaki, and members. Ed Sniffen with the Hawaii Department of Transportation. Thank you so much for allowing us to present our budget. With me today, we have our program leads. Robin Shishiro runs our highways program. Tammy Lee runs our administration program. Dre Khalili runs our Harper's program. And Kurt Kotoguro runs our airports program. Behind our airports, we have Nathan Kanashige. He's our airports program manager, our engineering program manager. And Lynn runs our finance side. Oh, sorry. Melissa Miranda Johnson, she's our legislative liaison. And Larry Dill runs he's our highways administrator. In our budget this year, we have a request for about $3.3 billion in FY26 and $3.247 billion in FY27. Of that, 48% is on the O&M side and 52% is on our CIP side. You'll see when we go through our budget, our big emphasis is making sure that we take care of our personnel, attracting more people into the DOT, and of course, keeping those that are there. Tammy's running programs to ensure that we replace a lot of the mundane tasks with technology and ensure we have the training that's necessary to bring people up into the DOT, allow them to see a career path within the DOT so we can keep them for their whole careers.
That's good.
On all of our programs, you'll see funding going towards safety and upgrades of all of our facilities. Make sure we have better roads, better bridges, making sure we upgrade our airfields and our ports to ensure that the safety and efficiencies on our system. You'll also see that we're taking care of a lot of our environmental mandates and requirements to make sure we're greener and cleaner as we move forward. And last, we're looking at more opportunities to see how we can fit into the communities. More murals on our highway system and within schools, more educational programs that we can run with schools to make sure we can bring students and the community into our projects. And looking at other opportunities, working with our staff and the communities to see what we can do. That's why we went forward on a lot of the fire mitigation pieces that we've done in the past. Not necessarily budgeted, but when we saw the need from the community, we jumped in to make sure that we could help them out. So those are the pieces that we have in our program. If okay with you, chairs, I'd like to turn it over to our program leads to go over the table 6.
Okay, so we'll start with TRN 595. Oh, no. How you gonna do it? Because are we gonna go by department-wide priority or you wanna do it by program ID?
Program IDs, please.
Okay, so which is the first one?
Airport's gonna go first.
Okay, so that's 102.
TRN 102.
Table 6? Yeah. Okay, so we got a page what? Let's do it. Separated by. Yeah. Table 6-4. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay.
Good. Okay.
3.2. Yeah, okay.
Yep. So good afternoon, Kurt Otuwo, Deputy Director, Airports, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. So we have 11 program IDs that I'll cover, right? So TRN 102 is our Daniel K. Inouye Airport. So we'll go there. There are 9 requests, and I'll go through each one.
Okay.
So additional ESCO lease financing debt service, that's just a debt service payment for our COPS program for energy savings. And so that's just an ongoing recurring. Number 2 is the airport operations control salary increase. So it's a shortage differential. We're going to make that up with savings, vacancy savings. And so there's no request there other than to adjust. But I just want to point out that those positions are extremely important. Some of you may have gone to our airport tower to look at how people manage the ramp. I call it the ground transportation, the flight activity. So it's happening on the minute. And so these individuals are extremely important. We just want to make sure that we maintain them, keep them, because it's hard to train once they're good, as well as attract new people there. Number 3 is the airfield and our ARF program, 3.47 million. And so the request there is for a new fireboat and some equipment, fire truck. Now you have to remember that we need sufficient equipment to maintain both the requirements of the FAA to respond to airfield activities, as well as we have the agreement with the counties to respond in the event of a community event. And so as you can see, and as DOT has been showing you, that ARF does respond accordingly when needed outside of the community. That's a very important function. Other expenses, the next one over is 10.4 million. That's the statewide EV leasing program that we have at Sustainability Partners. So we're purchasing, continuing to purchase and replacing our vehicles with electric, but we're also planning for increase in electricity, utility bills rates. Position variance, that's actually a mistake. That's 100,000. We're gonna also pay that with salary savings, vacancy savings.
So chairs, there's no request there. We're going to push it in to make sure that we take care of it with our own fund, with the funding we already have.
The following next one is called increased funds for security services. So that's almost 4 million.
To explain that, it's an increase in security contracts, but there's a TSA unfunded mandate called aviation worker screening. So in addition to screening passengers, we now are required to screen our employees coming into the airport. And we think that's a good initiative, but unfortunately it's unfunded. And so we're going to need to purchase equipment. We're going to have to staff it, and we're going to have to find some space and build it out. And so this is the beginning of what we need to do across our airport system, and we have 15 of them, of which 5 are commercial. The next couple are really more maintenance related, extended boom for our maintenance facilities to get to the higher places that they need to do maintenance. Because some of the things are high, labor unit equipment, same thing at H&L. Terminal 2, $1 million. Terminal 2 irrigation system replacement. That's just to maintain and repair some of the irrigation systems around Terminal 2 that we need to do so that to maintain the beautification as well as the water flow within that area. 104, TRN 104 is really what we call general aviation. So we group all of the smaller airports in there, whether it's Hana, probably the largest one is going to be Kailailoa in there. And so those items, same thing, the ESCO lease finance debt service, same thing with increased security at 438,000. We do have a fire team out at Kailailoa required. We service primarily the Coast Guard, as well as general aviation, some private jets. And so we need the same equipment there for a fireboat and another fire truck and equipment, as well as maintain the requirements necessary to support an airport from the federal FAA perspective. Same thing on other expenses, the same EV. So 478,000 there for our increased utility costs and any EVs that we purchase for those facilities. 111, TRN 111 is Hilo. And so we have 4 requests there. Same thing, ESCO, debt service reductions, the airport operations controller salaries, a smaller amount. Similar increase for security services to also support the AWS screening mandate. And same thing with maintenance for EV services, charging stations, what have you, for Hilo. 114 is Kona. So Kona Airport. Again, similar request for the ESCO debt service, the airport operations controller salary increase adjustments, increase in salary at 2.67 million. And then we have the R&M for EVs, similar things, converting our fossil fuel vehicles into electronic and charging stations there, 1.53 million. Redescribable position. The DOT is always looking to take vacant positions and redescribe them, repurpose them without increasing FTE overall. And then Customs Border, Kona has the new FIS facility that you saw for international passengers. So that's to provide protection expenses and staff because the state is funding the staff there for the CBP operation. Let's see, we have ARF expenses, similar, although they're not buying any large equipment. And so 116 is Kahului, Maui. So similar requests, again, a small amount for debt service, security services. You can see 143, almost 144,000. The ESCO lease financing debt for the energy savings performance contract is 640,000. Smaller amount for our airport operations controller position. Increase in security, again, you'll see 3.1 million. Same requirements there. And other expenses, similar EV cars, EV vehicles, and charging stations there, 895,000. 133 is HANA. So 2 requests, ESCO and U.S. Wildlife. As you know, we do a program with the wildlife operation to maintain the airfield and make sure it's safe when airplanes are leaving and landing. 135 is Kapalua, similar. So again, small amounts for debt service and security at 133,000. 141 is Molokai, same thing. The debt service for our ESCO program and increase security at Molokai. 151 is Lanai, same thing. 142,000 for debt service payments for ESCO and 308,000 for increased security there. When you look to the next one, the next 10, or not 10, but the next 161 is Lehui. So you see similar requests under debt service for 267,000, increase in salary for the controller position of 5,300. The largest request for incremental increase is the security for TSA, the unfunded mandate of 2.3 million, as well as any security measures there. And those of you that have been to Lehui, we need to continue to expand that security area and consolidate if we can. And then electric vehicle leasing at 176. 195 is the airport administration. And so there we have several requests. Again, the revenue bond debt service that we have outstanding, little under 1.8 billion right now. The same thing with the CFC bonds, and that is the bonds that were used to finance the CONRAC. So we separate the monies and the revenues and the expenses between aviation or airport operations, as well as non-airport or aviation operations. That's the CONRAC, so that's CVC at 24.5 million. Then we are also doing some adjustments within our engineer positions to do differentials through our Wiki program, and thanks to Tammy Lee for helping us doing that. That's an important ask since we all know that it's difficult to attract and retain qualified engineers. Planning, same thing. Position variance, we're using again to reclassify existing vacancies, to reclassify them into functional positions that we need. AED is 1.563 million. So we have AEDs throughout the system, and they're very important. Thankfully, the airport system is a safe place, and they respond quickly. A lot of people are trained, not just the airport staff, but we have concessionaires as well as others that train in the event of an unfortunate situation at the airport. The recovery rate is positive. So AED, the reason for this is it's getting up and it's saying we need to replace the equipment and the pads. Aviation worker screening, we explained, and that's the continued funding at the administrative level, 2.6 million. CONRAC services, as I just explained, CONRAC is a separate operation that we don't commingle funds. And so the car rental agencies pay for their expenses. We collect $4.50 a day, and that goes into a trust fund that is then offset from the expenses, and that's what 10.6 is to use to offset that. The restore the base budget. There was an error in last year's budget where a project that was in a line item was also taken out of the special maintenance fund. And so basically we worked with BNF because they identified it twice and reduced it twice. So we're just asking that the base budget be restored at $10 million. And then the last one is special maintenance, 70,965.4 million over 2 years, the biennium. This is a special fund that is necessary for us to react quickly. So, in the airports, we do have open contracts for a reason. When things happen, we try to be proactive in fixing things before they break. But on occasion, we have to be reactive. But in the airports, time is of the essence, as you know, whether it's in the runway, whether it's broken lights, what have you. So we use this fund based on priority, and Nathan Kanashige and his team have a priority list, so we tackle it. And once in a while, we have to dip into that on an emergency basis. But we do have a plan to do these maintenance type projects on a regular basis, re-roofing, paving, what have you. So we have a list and a priority list of those projects if you're interested. With that,
Chair, would you like to hold here and start asking questions about
Yeah,
airports?
well, if anyone has questions about airports, if not, we can continue to highways. Is that, or you want to go harbors?
Harper's next, please.
Okay, so you have to change table 6 because each one has a different table 6.
I just want to follow up, the $4.50, what was that?
well, for the contract the facility fee is what was negotiated years ago to fund the expense associated with building the car rental facility.
So that's not the taxis going in and.
No,
and dropping off.
no, that's assessed to the, actually the renter on a daily basis.
To drop off, remember how they were gonna have that overhead that was gonna track the taxis?
There was some automation implemented probably over 10 years ago. Yes.
Somebody spent $1 million on that and we never got the system, and when we finally got the system, it didn't work. So what
Yeah,
happened to that?
that's separate from this one here, but my understanding from that technology is that when it was installed, it was not installed to maximize what happened. So basically it didn't work. And so
How are you capturing what you purposely spent $1 million plus $1 million plus money for to do? How are you capturing that?
that is something I need to check on. I don't know the answer to how we're recouping the $1 million investment.
The people, you wanted to catch the taxis and charge them $3.50, which it didn't compute to me to spend $1 million to try to get that. But you folks did it anyway. So is there something else you guys spent $1 million on to try to get the $3.50? Or did it go up to $5 or what?
No, I'll get back. to
Senator,
you.
we can follow up. and
I'll
get
follow
there.
up. I'll follow up. That's a good one.
I get good memory.
10 years ago, yes.
Oh, was it that long? It was 10 years, but I found out about it like 6 years.
Yeah.
Thank you. So Kurt, you know, on the trans 195 on the aging infrastructure, does that address like the lanai roof, the leakage in the roof there as well as Molokai? Or is
Yes.
that in your CIP request?
Exactly. That's what this fund would be applied to. So it's a matter of looking at the priorities. Absolutely.
Okay, one more question, and I don't know where within the budget that you know, we would address this, but I just had a question based on yesterday's issue, and first of all, thank you, because I know that you and I have had this conversation. Based on yesterday's issue of the 48-hour grounding of Mokulele, and now that we're moving passengers without prior notification by the airline of Mokulele, you have helped me try to work through this. I'm now dealing with passengers being moved by boats, medical, which they are fishing boats, not passenger carry boats. Is there a mechanism and a funding procedure for us to act, or at least a directive for us to act, that this 48-hour lockdown of Mokulele from Molokai, Maui, Lanai, without moving these passengers, that will come into play on what that directive is? Is that directive with us at the state level, or is it a federal directive that has a plan to accommodate that single airline that has literally not given us proper notice?
No, appreciate that. And Senator, really apologize to the community for the impacts that they had. And it's not new, right? We just had one last year.
It's the second time.
Second time already that there was a shutdown. Last time was just a shutdown of the fleets in Hawaii. This time is a shutdown nationally of this Mokulele's airlines. When we started working with Mokulele, the first thing that we made sure that we discussed with them was to see how they're going to provide the services now with priorities. They worked with us to ensure that they had charter planes that are set up, first to take care of medical workers, then take care of high priority medical cases, and then going to priority cases from there. And Kurt's been following up with them to see how quickly they can stand it up. And of course, it's not as quick as they had shut it down. So this had tremendous effects on those that already had appointments that they missed, and those that have to be housed here now, or to be able to get here and housed here now because they can't get back. Right now, we don't have any mechanisms in our budget, nor in the federal government's budget to assist with this kind of situation. when we worked with FAA in the past, we looked at several things because we know how sensitive the Molokai system is. We tried to see how we can get additional airlines to service in that area. And of course, we cannot force any carriers to go in. But PAC Air is willing to go in, and they're getting their certifications now. They're trying to get that done as fast as possible. But in the interim, when we only have that one server, we're trying to see how we can get others in. When we spoke to Hawaii and Alaska, and even Southwest, to see if we could help, they could help with the service, the runway area is too small for them. So for their jets to come in, we'd have to extend the runway another 1,000 feet and widen it by 50 feet. All told, that number came out to about 50 to 70 million. And of course, we didn't do a fine estimate yet because we don't know exactly what the scope's going to be. When we worked with FAA, they had determined that because it's a rural airport, it's ineligible for FAA funding. And on the state side, given that the commercial airlines don't go into Molokai, very difficult for them to get 50 to 80 million of their funding involved as well. So we're trying to look at options right now, trying to see how best to fund something like that to ensure that the Molokai commute is not as sensitive or as breaks down as much as it does right now.
So do we need to, would we have to initiate this? Because I was on the phone all morning with Congressional, and they're telling me it's in us to do the directive of the EIS and everything else that encompasses past history from 1970. I need to know if we are supposed to initiate that and one bullet point of step by step. Do we have to drive this from the state side, or is the federal side driven? Because the 48-hour lockdown is now forcing that island to move it by boats in an unsafe condition, which the first boat left here at 4 o'clock this morning to return a passenger on medical of punctured wound. So I going back and forth, but I trying to figure out if it's the state having to initiate and we having to put money in the budget, or is it us kicking the ball back and forth with the federal? And
Yeah.
I think that's the most frustrating parts. But if they're telling us to do that, I kind of wanting to know is that what we're supposed to do? And what is the cost? Because we know the funding mechanism on expansion has a longer process and has been very difficult on a community-driven part. So
Absolutely. The EAS is driven by the airline. Because the state doesn't provide the air service, the air service provider is the one that goes in for the EAS. In the past, we had asked Mokulele to push forward and get the EAS. They declined. They said that because they're making money on that route, or they're making a profit on that route, they were ineligible. And I don't know what that means. So we've been pushing them to try and see if we can get it. And if they could not, we were pushing PATH to move forward with the EAS. So it cannot be initiated by the state, but by the carrier itself. And we keep continuing to work with them to try and get it.
okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Airports.
Yeah, airports. Last week we had DLE. Last week we had DLE here, and they had made a statement that there was fireworks that were being confiscated through airports, about 200 pounds. Is that something you folks are looking into? Something that you folks were even aware of? I mean, that was kind of shocking to hear him say that it was coming in almost daily.
It shocked us as well because we don't see it. So what we're seeing now, and after the statement was made, we worked with our air carriers, with TSA and USPS to kind of find out what was it, because what we heard from that statement was there were packages that were going into bellies of passenger planes that weren't being screened. When we checked in with TSA and with USPS, they said that's absolutely untrue. Everything that goes onto passenger planes are screened, 100% screened, either by TSA equipment or TSA-like equipment, or USPS third-party dogs. Everything that goes on. So that's not a concern. We're still following up with USPS to make sure that there's an affirmation that all of their product, all of their packages that come in on cargo planes are screened as well. So we'll continue with them, and we can get back to this committee on any information we can.
Yeah. Last question.
Okay, go ahead.
So for the airports, I want to know of your $100,000 in overpayments, what percentage of that is airports?
Tammy has that here.
And what are you doing to bring this down?
So the percentage.
Introduce yourself again.
Oh, sure. Pardon me. Tammy Lee, Deputy Director for the Administration. So we have a total departmental of 200,000 in overpayments. 130,000 are collectible. There's 230,000 are collectible. 70,000 is uncollectible, and the majority of them do come from airports, of the uncollectible. So what we've done is we've instituted new policy, and we've made it a point for our HR to query the HIP system or the payroll system every pay period, to make sure that if there's any employee with vacation, sick leave combined under 40 hours, that the HR let their supervisors know so that they can, determine or not to take them off the payroll. We've also found out that a lot of employees on extended leave, this is approved extended leave, when they, exhaust their leave and then become on leave without pay, the supervisors don't notify HR to take them off of payroll. So included in our policy is for HR to query the HIP system to make sure that if there are employees on extended leave, that they notify the supervisor when they're going to be on LWAP.
So when did you institute this policy?
This policy was introduced approximately 2 months ago.
Okay, because there's a directive from DAG saying that when it drops below 10 days for sick leave or vacation, that they're supposed to be going on a manual system, or the supervisor is supposed to be letting them know. And I noticed, according to your overpayments, you were doing really well up until July and August with like 59,000 or something, and then it's doubled. Or
Yes.
gone up. So, and you just implement this policy. I don't know what changed, but how are you doing in collecting? Are you following the directive in collecting?
Yes, we're following the directive in collecting. The reason for the increase in overpayments is because airports is catching up. I think that they didn't report on the overpayments, and I don't know. So from summer, they've, did the assessment to catch up.
So what do you do? How are you collecting? How much are you collecting per employee per paycheck?
So every employee they're put on a payment plan. So it just depends what percentage that they can agree to every pay period.
Okay, the rule is they don't have to agree. If it's a minimum of $100, and depending on the balance, it could be more. And you can collect it. You should look at it. Even if it's going to some kind of arbitration, you can continue to automatically collect it. That's what the law says. That's what the directive says.
Right.
Why aren't you folks following that?
It is because of the statute of limitations. You got to give the employee at least notice before the 2-year statute of limitations are up.
No,
And
according to the directive and the law, as soon as you find out that it's overpayment, you can begin collecting, and they can go and fight it, whatever, but you can go and start collecting it back.
We do. We're collecting as soon as we find the overpayment, we start negotiating them and making sure that they start paying back on the overpayment. I think what Tammy was speaking to was those that were uncollectible. Those were found after the 2-year period.
Understand on that one, but the current ones.
Yeah, so the
can
current
we get
ones-
a list of all of your
Definitely.
overpayments?
Yeah, we can.
Overpayment. I know in some departments, they owe 100,000 in overpayments. It's like,
Yeah.
not
For
100,000.
ours, we're much
say
lower.
15, 20,000.
Yeah, for ours, we're much lower, but I think a lot of these came from a couple of years ago that we're making sure that they're catching now, which is why you saw the doubling. And I wanted to make sure that we're under the statute of limitations so we could get that payment
Because for
back.
a while, DOT was really, really low. And I was wondering, I was giving you guys credit for being so low.
So I will say that I will give them a lot of credit that we're really low because of the work that they're doing. A lot of these were from the past administration. So we're catching up to those now. I wanted to make sure that we focused on what we're doing now to ensure that we don't get more overpayments.
Weren't you part of it?
Not airports. I wasn't airports. But that's why if you look historically at highways, it's very, very low. I mean, we made sure.
It's not broken down by highways.
It's almost zero right now. Yeah. So Tammy was at highways for a long time, which is why we're so low. Now that she's on the administration side, she's looking at everybody's program. But the first priority was to ensure that we don't have any more overpayments. The second priority was to make sure we catch the old ones from before.
Because one of the departments said that they didn't even know, they audited and then found out that all these people.
No, we're making sure that we follow up on all of these.
Okay, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Chair.
Okay, why don't we move on to, oh, go ahead.
I understand like DOT is planning to build yet another parking structure at the airport. Can you tell us like what's the cost of that structure? What's the capacity of that structure? And how is that going to compel residents and tourists to ride rail?
Absolutely. And so let me first say what the intent for that structure is. Parking structure is one of the enabling projects for the Diamond Head Concourse. The Diamond Head Concourse is going to be built in that area where we have the employee parking right now. So that parking structure first has to take all those park cars or those employee parkings out of that area so that we can do the environmental clearance in the future. So it's not adding parking to the airport. It's actually taking away the parking that's already there and putting it in another location, because that's where the Diamond Head Concourse is going to be built. I believe, and Kurt and Nathan can correct me if I'm wrong, if there's additional parking as part of that project. Second part.
And that's Terminal 3.
That's
Terminal 3.
Diamond Head Concourse, that's right.
Terminal 3, yeah.
That's right. We're working with the city now to try and see how we get a bulk rate for our state employees to catch rail. Because what we want to do is try and capture more people on rail so they don't have to drive into the airport. They're getting us the bulk rate, and after we get it, we're going to work with the airlines to see how they can get one too. The more workers we can pull out of that area, the less parking we're going to need.
So the new construction is going to be a net gain or loss of parking spaces?
Nathan, maybe, or Kurt, maybe you can let me know. Oh, you gotta come up. You gotta introduce yourself, please.
So my name is Nathan Kaneshige, Engineering Program Manager for Airports. So when we did the parking counts for the loss of parking spaces for the Diamond Head extension, we came up with approximately 3,000 stalls. And so right now, like based on our budget and because we're close to the fuel farm, there's some other, it's an industrial area. We have reason to believe that our environmental investigation, which is still ongoing, but based off of past records, we do have quite a bit of cleanup that we need to perform. So we estimated, and also like types of soils too, is not really favorable for a parking structure with multi-levels. So we kind of like estimated that the cost could run about 250 million. And we're trying to provide, I guess, like, you know, what we're trying to do with our forecasting as well too, that if we accommodate a little bit of growth for employees and other factors too, we're trying to hit up a minimum of 3,500 stalls with that number. But we're trying to competitively build it. It's a design build project. We put a cap on it because from our old master plans, there's a cap to provide or allows us to provide 5,178 stalls. So that's the upper limit for the size of the parking structure. And we're trying to go to the design build process to basically find the parking structure that best fits within our budget. And so, you know, and we have other plans for those areas because the additional growth that we're looking at, we're considering adding in long-term parking opportunities in the structure. And as well as there's also going to be a little bit of a loss of parking for some of the businesses that the airport has on Willamette Street where the facility is going to be sited at. So we're also trying to accommodate some of those parking needs as well.
Okay, I mean, I think in most cases, a lot of us like the idea of the state planning for growth. But in this particular case, you're planning for growth comes at the detriment of people being forced to ride rail. So I don't see, I mean, you're actually not helping the city get people to ride rail. You're compelling more people to drive.
Wait, which program, which line item is this on this?
On the CIP.
CIP.
Yeah, it's the CIP part. Can you point out the line item?
Yeah, that's hardware's.
Is that part of the 23 million?
So we actually have the budget for it. So we're trying to actually get out to construction for this year for this parking structure. So I don't think it's.
So this is not a request.
It's not it's not part of this request. We're actually trying to put out the RFP this year. Before, you know, we're actually targeting, I think in April, I think.
Yeah, and Senator Wakai, I totally understand your question and the statement. From our side, we're not only going to lose parking from the parking or employee parking that we're eliminating, we're also going to lose parking near rail when rail comes to the station. Overall, what we're seeing is when rail gets to the airports, there's going to be an uptick of users. When it gets down to downtown, that's when we'll see quite a bit of movement or increase in the number of riders on rail. We know that once that happens, we're going to start losing revenue on parking and on rental cars. We expect it and we support that because that's where we got to go for the state. When we do that, we're looking at repurposing levels of the existing parking structures that we have, the International, for commercial space to ensure that we can incentivize more people to ride rail. When you're coming back from town, hopefully you can jump off at the airport, walk 100 steps, grab the food that you need or your goods and the like, jump back on and go. So we're going to be losing parking in that structure as well. So overall, although it's a net increase at this time, overall it's going to be a net zero from the parking perspective.
My question with regards to the airports, the amount that you received this year and the budget that was approved by governor is the $301 million for the rental car facility improvement statewide. Is that part of it? Now, going back to Conrad.
Wait, let him answer.
Okay, so it's separate from CONRAC. CONRAC is
Okay.
specially collected CFCs, and so this parking structure is different.
So how are you going to pay for Terminal 3, the new one? Are you going to use Conrad funds?
No.
No.
Okay, because they're actually dropping, yeah,
Yeah, they cannot
funding.
commingle.
Yeah.
They're not commingle.
Okay. And you have a loss because of the amount that you received previously, but because of the competition with Uber and all the other private, they're not renting cars anymore. So I'm sure it will be interesting to see how much of those Conrad funds that you were entitled to receive from the rental cars, give a report to the committee.
Okay, we need to move along because we have DHS at 4 p.m. unless you guys want to stay till 8 p.m.
I'll say for anybody else who has questions, yeah, we can do like a follow-up briefing or something like that and hold it all till then.
Okay, why don't we move on to the next harbors?
So for harbors, we'll be covering program IDs,
So
TRN
81 for members.
TRN 301 to 395. Just very quickly going through table 6. Our first addition is increased funding. Basically, that's for our DLE expenses for the deputy sheriffs that patrol the harbors. Then the next couple of items for TRN 311, 313, 341, 351, 361, we've done an assessment because we are responsible for providing certain contracted security to basically implement and execute facility securities plan, which are overseen by the U.S. Coast Guard. And we found that we provide some service, but not all. And so to be consistent and fair across our ports for our harbor users, we're asking for additional funding to consistently and fairly provide this service, especially at our neighbor island terminals. Then the balance of our requests are for 395, which is for harbors administration. Our engineering program is centralized, so a lot of this does relate to either the administration or engineering. So the first item is basically debt service for a bond that was sold in 2020. The next item is for special maintenance projects. Year over year, we've generally asked for 25 million. Last biennium, we asked for, I think, 28 and then 30 million. Just, it's that the cost of materials with inflation have been increasing and our project cost and labor also increased. So we're asking for 30 million for fiscal year 26 and 35 for fiscal year 27. The next item is for funding for TIFIA loan transactions. We have several large-scale CIP projects coming up in the next several years. And to prepare for that, we're going to pursue a federal loan program called TIFIA. And we are considering that in place of another bond sale. And these costs cover some of the expenses that we'll need to secure the loan. In the way that we need bond counsel for a bond sale, we do need counsel on some support services to get the loan application through and approved. The next item is for, basically, we want to buy out our energy savings contract. We have found that it has not been as cost effective for us as we initially thought it would have been when we started this in 2017. So the 19 million is the cost for the buyout. And basically, we're just preventing future costs. There's a lot of escalation in the contract, so we'd like to prevent that. The next two items we're actually not going to pursue, as Director mentioned earlier.
And then you can move on.
Yeah. And then the last one is basically gives us some flexibility to provide project management services in partnership with DoD.
So this is new money coming in.
It would be basically, I think, reimbursed back to us, but we needed to have it in our budget.
Oh, okay. Okay, harbor questions. Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to highways. Let me find it.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Robin Shishito, Deputy Director for Highways.
Page 144.
Our first priority is statewide fire mitigation of 15 million. That's a general fund. So as Director mentioned, after the August 23 fires, we utilize our own funds and we cut a lot of fire breaks, emergency access points, statewide. Some of it was on DOT property, a lot of it was out on other state property, and some even on private property. So here's to continue that. Our next one is homeless services of 5 million. So again, DOT, we have a statewide contract where we perform a homeless cleanups and storage of their goods, and that's just continuing that service again statewide. The next number 3 to 11 is annual fringe benefit increase. Number 12 is debt service 77.5 million for repayment of the highway revenue bonds, general obligation reimbursed bonds.
No, I mean, if they have a list.
Item priority number 13 and 14, that's additional funds for our MS4 program on Maui in the urban area. We do have requirements as far as the stormwater program, and that's for additional cleaning of pipes, culverts, and open channels that was identified as a program goes throughout the island. The 200,000 is for additional asset management software funding, so we can keep track of these assets, program tracking and reporting. Number 15 is equipment replacement for Maui. This is a boom crane. The existing crane is about 25 years old. It's a 10-ton crane. This one is going to be a 30-ton crane, and it's primarily for replacement of traffic signals. Nowadays the mast arms and poles are a lot bigger, so you need a more heavy-duty crane, and the other one has reached its useful life.
You're doing that in-house, yeah, not contract anymore. Thanks.
Number 16 is a replacement of a bucket truck. Again, the existing bucket truck reached its useful life. The bucket truck, used to perform maintenance on traffic signals, but also we use it to trim trees, especially during storm seasons, when we have a lot of high winds and so forth. The next item, number 17, roadside safety maintenance on Hawaii Island. About a year and a half ago, we stopped using glyphosates, mainly Roundup, concerns of the community. So with that, there's a lot more manual labor that's needed now to maintain all the landscaping on our roadways. Number 18 is maintenance material supply. That's for Oahu District, and that's for parts and equipment, parts for our equipment, and also materials, just general maintenance materials. Number 19, traffic signals and sign or traffic signs and posts. So your basic signed stop signs, yield signs, speed limit signs, and so forth for Oahu. Number 20, traffic control on Kauai. Again, that one is to provide contracted traffic control services for the maintenance crews, helps them provide safety for them, and also allows the maintenance crews to do the actual work rather than having to do the traffic control themselves. Number 21, additional tree trimming for Kauai again, just for landscape maintenance. Number 22, more landscape maintenance for Kauai. This is coming out of the airport. Number 23, more traffic signal parts, the poles, traffic signal controllers, equipment cabinets, the signal heads. Number 24, traffic management software maintenance. So on Kauai Island, they have Econolite Centrac system. So it's the way all the traffic signals come back to the base yard and they can get all the signals. Number 25, the central services increase. That's the annual increase. Number 26 is the special maintenance program. So that's $50 million. And a lot of that funds is used to leverage against federal highway funds. So we can do paving, striping, guardrail, signage. So it's typically a 20% local fund, 80% federal fund.
Wait, can you go back to 25?
Okay.
Because the first year is only 163, but the second year jumps a lot.
More than double.
Yeah, I don't know the exact details. The central services, the 163 and then 691. Because I think that is based on our revenue, right? It's a percentage, so it's mostly based on.
So this is the 5% central services.
Yeah.
In general, it's supposed to help out with DAGs and all the central offices.
Yeah.
This. In general, we limited to a 5% payment on all of our revenues. And we can find out why it jumps up so much.
Okay.
But in general, we cut a check for $40 million last year for central services. I don't know if that's the number that's supposed to be necessary to support the central offices, but maybe it's something we can talk about later, Chair.
Okay.
Okay. Line item number 27. This is for a contraflow unit on Kauai Island, also to help supplement the maintenance units.
So here, we're showing $402,706 for FY 26. Funding is actually coming from abolishing 4 positions. In FY 26, we're only funding half the year because it's going to take, some time to establish and recruit. In 27, we did ask for the full amount, but we're going to use vacancy savings. So we'll provide that number and we won't have an ask. Line item 28. So the 13 million. So in 24, there was the Safe Process Subcommittee that was generated. There was monies, but the committee didn't convene. So that direct money didn't get spent by the committee itself, but highway spent it on projects and.
Yeah, so the overall discussion with the bill in the past was, it was using 10 million of highway funds over 2 years to fund that safe routes to school piece. Because the committee didn't convene, we worked out to ensure that the state could move forward on projects that would benefit safe routes to school. And we did over $30 million worth of projects. So we can show the projects that we've used in the past. I don't know if the item is necessary, but we can discuss.
Okay. So that list has a list of schools that. And so if people want to add that to that list, then what?
So there's a committee now that has finally convened. They've come up with recommendations for use of the funding.
Yeah.
Going forward.
The committee is by statute.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. I almost think this committee should decide.
I think so too. So that's why.
I mean, that's why we all got elected.
So do a discussion. Yeah, totally agree.
Okay.
Item number 29, motor scooter operators education programs. There's more funding for educating users. As we saw, some of our fatalities have been going up, so we just want to give them more educational programs. The next item, SAP consulting services. That's for our financial.
Wait, what do you mean? That goes to where? Number 29.
That's for our motor vehicle safety office. So when they put out educational programs.
Yeah, with who? DOE.
DOT.
No. Oh.
It's they run it through either DOE or the community colleges. We've been also partnering with the military because in the past we didn't have enough capacity with the motorcycle training programs that were there. The military had programs that they were running, but weren't funded. So we're assisting on all those areas.
Okay, so you guys do motorcycle and motor scooter, but not bicycle.
For the bicycle programs, we were working with HBL that was providing education both in schools and outside.
Okay, that's in the base.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Quick question, sir. You guys have an education component for the electric bikes?
So yes, in the HBL programs, yes, there's an electric bike training as well. We've not formally funded them for that. We've worked with them throughout. We're trying to set up a program now. The difficulty in the past was there's never a registration requirement that would say if you get a registration for this type of vehicle, you should have this kind of training, which we're trying to work out now to make sure there's a provision that we could provide or services that we could provide for that training before we would ask this body to consider making it a requirement that people get trained before they ride them.
I guess because the challenges we had was the electric bike, but then the modified electric bike on the speed, especially when turning the left lane and they just blasting out of somewhere.
Some of the considerations, some of them were not even modified, but one of the bills that we dropped that we're asking to introduce this year.
Is that during the Molokai traffic hour?
Who's in the wheelies on that one?
5 is traffic.
Part of the difficulty is there's so many different types of electric bikes out there. There's the electric assists, which are really good. But there's also electric mopeds, electric dirt bikes, and all of those are not street legal, but they're riding them on the street anyway. So one of the bills that we're asking to introduce this year further clarifies what's legal out there and what should not be utilized.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Item number 30, SAP Consulting Services. That's additional funding for our financial system. We're getting rid of our old legacy HIAC and going to a newer system. The next 2 items are Google Safety Analytics. I think that's what we talked about before, but it's continuing the annual license and also expanding it to add bike and ped counts and a prediction with that. Next line item, cloud-based storage. That's for our project management software. Number 34 is our Socrates system. So that's our platform where we display our Act 100 and now Act 131 information on there. At number 35, IT services for ArcGIS. Our design branch is taking right away drawings and putting them into an ArcGIS system. Number 36 is the mobile driver license. So we launched that last year and it's with Apple right now. So that's the $20,000 fee for that. Item 37 and 38, they're both, all right. Item 37 is a mobile scanner to catch LiDAR equipment. So you can attach it to a car, drive by, catch all the design data for our design group. Number 38 is drones. That's again for our design group to go ahead and catch LiDAR data, survey data, rockfall areas, erosion areas on our seashore sea lines. Number 39 is our freeway service patrol, our Geico trucks out there. And the last one, number 40, again, is a increase in our.
That money goes to where? The different counties?
The freeway service patrol?
Or is that the tow truck?
Yeah.
Chair. Question on priority 37 for the MX-90. So the 1 million for this coming fiscal year is to buy the equipment, and then the 95,000 for the maintenance.
Software.
Software.
Okay.
Thank you.
Associated with it.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Have a question. Thank you very much for helping the traffic commanders on the lab testing, but what's the status of that?
This is for the state lab.
Yeah, for the state lab.
So as the body knows, a couple of years ago, we came to the legislature to fund a state lab. We're working with DOH to try and move it forward.
Wait. Should I go back though? Because I don't think everybody understands. The state lab is for drug testing.
So, yeah.
So that, well, most people you can tell with the DUI if you have alcohol, but most police officer wouldn't know if you are on drugs without the lab. And so that's why it's related to DOT, because it's a state lab for highway patrol for drug testing. So if a police officer thinks you're under the influence of drugs, then they need the lab to test. So that's context.
Yeah, absolutely correct. And so our drug recognition experts go out there when they find people who are driving under the influence. If they cannot test in the field, draws are taken and tests are done. Locally, we can do the alcohol testing. The city's helping us out with that. We don't have anybody locally to do the drug testing for us. Right now, we're using a lab in the mainland, but because we have the lab in the mainland,
the time difference.
The time difference is very difficult. So we're trying to see how we establish something here. We worked with DOH a couple of years ago because we thought it would be good efficiencies. We had the drug testing lab for our purposes, DUI purposes, and we started looking at other purposes like marijuana and the like. And we thought DOH would be a good partner. It was very difficult to move that forward, and I thought, instead of waiting for DOH to move, DOT could move immediately. So we're utilizing the 2 million that was provided previously and the 400,000 that was provided last year, working with a lab that's in the mainland to establish something here. So first steps, we're making sure that we bring the experts on. Wanda and Cliff, who used to run the programs previously, are coming back to help us out. We'll contract with them. Then we'll work with the lab in the mainland to help start setting up a facility here. We're identifying the space now in DOH areas to try and see where it should be and build out the lab from there. So we've already worked with police and with prosecutors on the lab testing that they want to see done, so we can start getting rates from our providers, so we can move forward sooner rather than later.
So there is some language in the originating bill that you need to correct in terms of lifting the ceiling.
Yes, and we apologize that we didn't move forward as fast as we should have. So we're gonna.
Well, you thought DOH was going to help.
Yeah, so we'll move forward, and we're going to be asking for the lab state to be extended to ensure that we can move forward with that $2.4 million in funding. Yeah.
So you can just lift that, or do you need a bill, or what are you going to?
Yeah, we'll submit language to this committee if you'd like.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Question on 17, the roadside safety maintenance, knowingly that you can't use whatever we were using to get rid of our roadside, I say greenery, but since we changed because of the environmental concerns, so now it's labor is doing it, cutting grass. Okay, just to let you know, Highway 19, outside Hilo on Hamakua Coast, the grass is already hiding the highway signs. That's how bad things are. So anyway, just to let you know.
Okay.
So I hope we have.
Send them a memo.
We'll do.
Yeah, I hope we have enough crew to our workforce.
We'll absolutely get on that.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
So I got a quick question, Chair. So if we're planting one tree, how much time does it take for you folks if we're planting on 1 year highway for clean around versus like a llama with a tractor? But now I got a weed whacker. How much we gotta account for that if I decide to just like go hog wild and plant some trees?
And that was the difficulty in the past. If the tree is far off of our right of way, no issues with us. Because in general, we need that 20 to 30 feet of buffer or that area where there's we need some visual turns.
For a side. Yeah.
So if it's within that buffer zone, it's going to be very difficult for us to cut everything through. If it's outside of that, we're good.
But cost wise, so I put 100 feet of trees.
It's at least 3 to 4 times more because we cannot just run on more and cut them through. Now we got to have somebody out there.
So you need me to put money from taxpayers to pay for the more. Is that what you need?
Oh yeah, I like.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, number what? 29? No, we passed that. Where are we?
He's power reading.
Oh, you did all 40?
Yeah, he
Oh,
did.
okay. Okay, any other questions? Okay, if not, thank you. And then we'll hear from DHS next.
Thank you.
Okay, calling to order the Joint Committee on Ways and Means and Health and Human Services. So this afternoon, we'll hear from the Department of Human Services, who will present their biennial budget requests. Good afternoon. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Nice to see you. Before I begin, I just want to say it's nice to sit on this side of the table. No, not really. So preparing for this was worse than like preparing for a conference. So I just want you to know. Okay, but
to the house already though.
yeah, I did see the house
So you had
just prior to
practice.
this, but yeah, not much. But yeah. So we'll just nice to see all of you again. Okay, so just really quickly, I know you guys are all veterans. You guys understand our department, so just kind of want to quickly go through that and introduce our key staffs, right? So for you guys, but just to let you guys let you know, our FY budget requests. All of means of financing is about $4.4 billion going in, 1.5 of it being A funds and then 2.9 being N funds. So just let you know, today I have Deputy Director Joe Campos here to be able to talk about the housing on Maui, post Maui fires. I also have Deputy Director Trista Spears here, can talk about the disaster case management and rental assistance programs. I also have key departmental staff, Carolina Agron, Jennifer Muraka, who is our HR person, and Trisha Aftana, which is our
You can raise their hand
departmental-
when you mention their name.
Oh, raise your hand, please. Yeah, that's Trisha. Jennifer's over there. Who's that? Carolina or? Oh, back there. So by the way, she's really shy. So okay, so and then their team. We have all of the team here, but I won't go through everyone because of time. Do want you to know that we have from representing the various divisions. We have from Hawaii Public Housing Authority. We have Ben Park here. Hakeem is sick, so
No,
he's
that's fine. But because we're gonna try to do public housing and HHFTC at a later date.
Okay. So, but he's here to answer any potential questions. For Officer Youth Services, we have Leanne Gillespie. We have for Benefit Employment Support Services Division, we have Scott Morishige here. For Social Services Division, I have Daisy Hartsfield. And for Quest, I have Judy Moore Peterson. We also have Leah Diaz from Vocational Rehab and her team. We have, as you saw, you are talking to John Mizuno for the statewide Office of Homeless and Housing Solutions. We also have the Commission on Status of Women, and then, as you know, we have two other commissions, the LGBTQ Commission and the Fatherhood Commission attached to our department. And so Chair and members, I know you guys are well versed with our department, so I won't go over some of the departmental highlights about the people we serve. But if you look at the various services and programs we we service a huge percentage of the population in the state of Hawaii. Chair, I know for time's sake, you guys wanted to hear less from me and more from them to answer questions.
No, you can go over table 6 when you're ready.
Okay, so we'll go over table 6. So I know as previously mentioned in other hearings, you don't need to go over the ceiling increases, the federal ceiling.
No, you
increase.
just go line by line.
Okay, so for program IDs 206, 220, and 222, we're asking for the increase in federal funding ceiling. For the
Because you guys got more money.
The federal, we're thinking that we're hoping that we'll be getting more federal, so that we could then expand it.
What do you? What are the numbers based on?
For each of those program IDs.
Because if you're just hopeful and then you just guess that number, or you actually have a reason why it's that number.
Okay. So for program ID 206, Carolina or Sandy?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and members.
Just state your name.
My name is Carolina Anagaran. I'm the Budget Planning Management Officer. The request for the increase in federal fund ceiling is to align to our anticipated federal grants that we are going to receive for fiscal biennium 2026 and 2027.
Okay, so that's based on the real numbers that.
Yes, right now we are receiving a certain amount of federal funds, but we anticipated that it will be increased by 5%.
Yeah, and that's what the feds told you.
That is based on the actual federal grants that we receive every year.
That there's always a 5% increase.
There is an increase, yes.
Okay, and the expense, the spending of this is going to be for
Related for the
additional monies you get are for how they're going to be spent.
They're going to be part of our expenditures for our contract services, because every year we see an increase. Some of the increase contract services are going up.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, so for some of those are associated with the federal assisted payment program for the 206, and then the program ID 220.
Yeah.
Yeah, which would be referring to the HPHA.
When you look at department-wide priority though, you have some dupes in numbers.
Yeah. We will review that and then clean it up and then resubmit.
Because the first several all say 1.
Yeah, so what we did is as we did review, we lumped some of them together as for ceilings and some of the trade-offs. So regarding
that's fine. It's just it's easier for us to follow when we go one by one.
Okay, we will take that into consideration for our next submittal.
Okay, so the third line then.
Okay, so for the addition of the one full-time revolving fund for the electrician position, that would be for HPHA.
Okay.
And then if you wanna, should we move down then to the HMS 222?
Yeah,
that would still be under HPHA.
Yeah, why don't we go to 224 then?
224, okay. Funds for the Housing First program, the 3.7 million.
That's still HP.
224, yes, would be, that's actually under BESD.
Oh, okay. Scott.
Yeah, that would be under Marshigas. Okay. And then continuing on that, still under 224, we would be doing.
What is that 3.74?
The 3.7 would be to sustain the funding for the program, but you want to clarify?
Yeah.
This is addition to the base.
Oh, this is for funding that's historically been provided on a year-to-year basis or just for the biennium. So it's to keep these these programs recurring in the budget and to put the funding in the base. But historically, it's been funded just for the biennium.
Okay. So there's no increase.
No increase. And same for the next couple items in
Yeah.
HMS 2 to 4.
Okay.
So this is the one that when you add it up, it comes out to 10.8 million.
No, yeah,
for,
So this is all existing amounts.
Yes, it's all existing.
It's just that it hasn't been recurring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
And we did not request an increase at this time for those services, even though they probably should be looked at in the following years to increase.
I did want to know, last year, the legislature did provide a 5% increase for HMS 2 to 4 homeless services. So these funds did have the increase provided, and the increase is in the base, but the funding itself for Housing First, Rapid Rehousing, Outreach and Family Assessment Centers is not.
So only the difference was in the
only
base,
the difference was in the base.
but
So
not
we're
the
asking-
original base funding.
Yeah, and my apologies, I didn't introduce myself earlier, but I'm Scott Morishige, the Administrator for Benefit Employment Support Services Division.
Okay, so that's for your two.
Yeah.
And I think it adds up to like,
I'm just curious, how come it's not in the base? Because it's every 2 years, you guys ask the same amount of money.
Yeah, we requested it to be in the base, but it's again historically been provided either only year to year or for the biennium. So our hope is if we can put it in the base, it'll provide more stability for the providers, allow us to kind of grow and expand the program. So that's what the request is for.
To put it in the base.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
and you know, those following items, Chair, for program item HMS 229, that's also under HPHA. So did you want to continue those or go?
No,
come
you
back
can,
to
you
that?
can skip public
Yep.
housing.
Okay, then we're going to go then to HMS 236, which is case management and self-sufficiency. That's regarding funding for the security guards. So just so you know, we've had an increase in incidences across our department. Or should,
Again, this is to maintain funding that was provided in the previous biennium. So similar to the request for homeless services, this is just to maintain and place in the base budget the funding that was provided for security. And this is for our processing centers throughout the state that process applications for SNAP and financial assistance.
Is this, are these employees on staff or DLE or who's doing this? work?
These are contracted security.
It's contract.
Yeah.
up here because the next two are sure you want us to move to the Waihewa Civic Center?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, okay, right.
And this is just to support once the construction Waihewa Civic Center is completed to move our first to work and processing center in Waihewa into the new Civic Center location.
Yeah.
To support that transition.
So they're across the street now.
Yeah. In private lease space, and we move into the state facility.
How much are you going to save when you move them into the civic center?
No, well, okay, what happened was there was an old civic center, part of it burned.
Yeah.
So then we reconstructed.
Yeah, so they
and so they had to rent until we could get the rebuild.
This is a move, not just.
This is the move back
this
to the
is
new
move
one.
back
Yeah.
into the state facility.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, then we'll be moving to SSD regarding HMS 301 regarding the increasing of the federal fund ceiling of 1.6 million.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs, committee members. I'm Daisy Hartsford. I'm the administrator for the Social Services Division. Some of the grants that is the reason why we need to increase the ceiling has to do with increased funding we received for kinship navigator grants, family violence, preventive services, sexual assault, rape crisis services, as well as the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act. So those are the main grants that we received increased federal fundings for, which is why we're requesting the ceiling increase.
Okay, thank you.
The next item, Chair, is regarding the shortage differentials. The legislature funded the start last year, which we implemented. We would like to continue that and hopefully it's expanded a little bit to address CWS. It's a $3 million to help with recruitment and retention, but Daisy can expand.
So the money that we received was not a recurring expense. And it was only for our professional staff. So that was our assessment workers. This ask is to make it a part of our budget and to also include our support staff. And so in consultation with our department's HR, this was the amount that we believed would be appropriate to continue to provide shortage differentials.
Okay, so at the informational briefing, you told us that you had problems filling the vacancies because it was a one-time differential amount. You guys couldn't post it. So if we put it in as part of the budget, will it help you folks actually hire and fill the vacancies? Because you guys had long-term vacancies in CWS. Yeah.
We believe it will because based on our experience in having these targeted career fairs, we have staff that actually go out and speak to potential applicants, and they emphasize the ability to receive shortage differentials, and we have been able to hire staff based on that expectation or that possibility that they will have a shortage differential. And so we've been able to fill actually, we filled more vacancies with that approach than we have in the past.
To compensate for the retirements.
Okay, so next one briefing, then I'm going to ask you guys how far you guys have succeeded in filling the vacancies, because at the info briefing did sound like you guys were very successful at that.
Bill, because it just started, we were able to secure that in summer of when I moved over to the department. And so that we worked with HR, Jennifer Morocco's team to get that implemented. So I think the first set of differentials didn't start until July 1st, maybe July or June, July 1st.
So next year info briefing, you guys going to give me good news, right?
That is the projection.
Yeah, so
and there is a difference between these targeted career fairs versus WikiWiki. In the targeted career fairs, they've expedited the process. We call it a golden ticket, where they've actually been pre-screened. So as soon as they participate in that career fair, if they're interested, we can schedule an interview right on the spot with them. And then that just expedites the process for hiring.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Then also going, Daisy can expound on the CWIS $3.5 million request.
The 3.5 is specific to procuring services for maintenance and operations. So we've approached our CWIS build on a staggered phased type of model. And so we actually have a vendor now who's going to be implementing and building it. And so now we need to procure a vendor that will provide maintenance and operations so that they can troubleshoot and make sure that whatever phase in the system we've operated, if there are issues, they'll be able to correct it, continue to maintain the security, as well as troubleshoot any issues that there may be as we continue to move forward and add to the build.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we'll be moving back to BESD for program item number 302 for the federal funding ceiling increase request of $1 million.
Yeah, and this is just another ceiling adjustment for the child care and development fund. So it's our federal child care funds that support federal child care subsidy and other child care related services.
So you're getting additional funds?
No, it's just every year annually, we adjust the federal ceiling to anticipate, if there's increase in the federal level of funding. So it's
but in this case, do you know, or
it's something that every year we adjust it on a regular basis for all of the federal funds that we receive, including this one. So it's something that we do as a department just on a regular annual basis. So we do anticipate there will be additional funding, but the ceiling adjustment is made just again as a thing. It's a standard thing that we do every year in the budget cycle.
But you're not sure if you're going to get.
Sheila, if you can help me kind of explain the federal ceiling adjustment for the
No, you gotta.
Please come up.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheila Ulipani, the finance person for Bestie. For the past year, we've been receiving more than the anticipated amount for childcare development fund grants. So
Yeah.
every time we do the.
You're already getting a higher amount that you
Yeah,
cannot spend.
That's why we're
Okay.
submitting this.
Okay.
request. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Daisy, for the next one for the federal ceiling increase, and then just to.
I'm 6 for 6.
Yeah, so for the 303, the
Oh.
ceiling for the 1.5.
Similarly, we receive more monies in regards to foster payments from the federal government. And so that's why we're requesting the ceiling increase as well.
Okay. So the governor had said that he was concerned that we're going to be losing federal funds, but I noticed you have quite a bit of the opposite of your increasing ceilings.
So some of the discussions we've been having with the federal government, with various federal agencies like ACF, and some discussions with others, is that with the changing, it's where they're unable to predict what may happen with this new administration coming in, since many of the health services leadership will need Senate confirmation. But once that happens, usually there's a transition where they bring in new leadership. They put out new directives, new goals, and then that will then filter down into rules. So at least preliminarily, they think that the impact for any federal decreases will happen in year 2 rather than in year 1. So for this year, if we are able to secure the funds, we would like to be able to use it, to support the residents, and then we might have to adjust thereafter in the second biennium.
Okay. The next one is kind of big.
Yes. So Judy will come up and explain that for the budget alignment for Data Smart and.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Peterson, MedQuest Administrator. So for MedQuest, we also have a federal fund ceiling increase. And that's because as Medicaid is an entitlement program, so for every dollar for all of our expenditures, there's always a state fund portion and a federal fund portion. And our federal matching rate is variable, and it's gone. Our federal matching rate has actually increased. And so therefore, the amount that the federal government is including or is part of that, it goes up. And so this over about $50 million is to increase the ceiling to account for that.
Okay.
The other, okay.
You have the next. Keep going.
Okay.
You got a list after that.
Okay.
The 30 million.
The 30 million is the next one.
Which is the nursing facility sustainability funds, correct? Okay, so that a couple of legislative sessions ago, the sustainability programs in both the nursing facility sustainability program and the hospital sustainability programs, they were made permanent. And but the budget allocation that allows us to have those dollars allocated to MQD were not included in the base budget. And so this is to account for that. The $30 million is representative of like the maximum amount that we would expect coming to MQD during that time for that time period. And these are all B funds. They're not A funds.
And just to let you know, those two sustainability funds were actually developed, passed by the legislature. So House and Senate years ago was the ones that initiated it, rewrote it, and then over the period of time, with the support of both chambers, have modified it to be as successful as it is now.
So this is the one where they tax themselves, right?
That is correct.
That's why it's not A funds.
That's correct. It's it's based on provider fees. Mm-hmm. And so that's what the next one is on the hospital sustainability increase. Again, it's the B funds, the same situation. It's allow the budget to those funds from the special funds to be allocated to MedQuest. Any questions on that one?
No.
Okay. The next one is on, it's mislabeled, but it's the medical professional fees. This is to increase to sustain the increase that was passed by the legislature. Was it last year, 2 years ago, to increase the reimbursement rates that go to physicians for medical professional visits. It also includes behavioral health professionals. And the amount is about $12 million in A funds, about $17.4 million for approximately almost $30 million for all means of funding. The next one is a increase for a rate increase to continue on for applied behavioral analysis, which is a type of service that's provided particularly for children with autism. And the legislature passed a rate increase the last legislative session. This is to include that increase into the base. The amounts are almost $2.7 million in A funds, $3.8 million in M funds, for about 6.5 in total funds. The next one is for home community-based services. This is a ceiling increase on the for federal funds of approximately $14 million. The total increase is for increase in rates being paid to individuals who are providing services in the home, like cleaning, home preparation of meals, that allow individuals who have either disabilities or they're aged, and this allows them to age in place and age in their own home. And these rates have not been increased in a very long time. So this would allow us to increase those rates. The general fund is already included, allocated to us in our current budget. And so we are only asking for the federal fund increase.
Question with regards to that. So you contract the services out to the counties or private sectors do the work?
They're through agencies. They're through various different agencies, et cetera. It's rarely through the counties.
Thank you.
The next one is focused on increase in the death benefits. This was an increase that was passed last legislative session. When there are unclaimed bodies, then the funeral homes, et cetera, they will apply to us for a certain amount of money to cremate the body and to do the internment. And it was increased from $800 to $1,600, and that's now in effect. And this is to include that increase, to allow that increase to be included on a forward-going basis. And the amount
is that for indigent services? For those that pass that doesn't have families and
they don't have family,
sort of like unclaimed.
It's unclaimed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the amount would be about 277,000.
The
next one is the
the Child Wellness Incentive Program, where we're very happy that we are able to finally implement this. Senator San Buenaventura, she was a champion of this particular program, and we are asking for $750,000 to be able to continue this program. It's considerably less than what we had requested before, but now that we have implemented it and we're operating, we have some details around how many people up to this point we've received. To date, we've received about 4,481 applications. We've approved about 90% of them. So we've paid out 4,045 children have received their incentive payment. So this is to be able to continue that program.
So I'm just curious. Do you notice whether or not parents are actually, because we have this incentive are actually using it? I mean, are actually having more child wellness visits?
That we have we included an evaluation
Yes.
component to this. It's really early in the program, so we don't know yet. We haven't been able to do the comparisons of like, oh, would they have gotten it, or is this higher or lower? So that is part of our evaluation.
I mean, when will you know if it works or whether or not we're just giving away money?
That in the original bill that you wrote for it's a 5-year program,
Yes.
and we will be doing our very best to do the analysis within that time period and report back to you. We're happy. I would give us at least a year to be able to at least collect a year's worth of data, so that we can compare it to patterns in the past.
Chair, just to follow up.
Yeah.
Okay, can you give the chair a copy of those services for each island? So we know who's been servicing, how many from certain islands have been.
You mean how many have
identified.
received the incentive, where are we getting the applications and then
Yes.
the payments? Hopefully we're collecting that information and we're happy to share whatever
Now,
we have.
this
Well,
program
we're happy to
started,
share with the committee.
And this was the chair's priority.
Yes, it
Did
was,
this
yes.
program start last year or this year?
It did start last year.
Okay.
Part of the program required us to issue rules, and rules take a long time. And so but as soon as we had the rules
But the
published and
sunset
finalized, it started in
is-
April
Yeah,
of
but the sunset,
2024.
it seems like it's June 2027, so it's not a 5-year program, is it?
When the bill was passed, it was designed to be a 5-year program. Unfortunately, it did take us longer than expected to
Sure,
write
I
the
understand.
rules.
Yeah. In the process,
But the
for
process,
implementation
yeah,
takes a while.
exactly.
So it's
exactly.
gonna,
And the way that
it's only 2 years from now.
we
Okay.
will do our very best.
Okay, it's a great program.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank
Well,
you.
only if it works. Though. Kids who have not had
Well,
wellness visits.
we've had a great output. To start off with, we received a lot of applications right away, and we're very happy that that we are getting the kind of response, because it could have been like crickets, right? Like nobody's writing in, but we've had a number of as you can see, we have had a number of applications. Our intention is actually to do more of a marketing campaign to make sure that families know about it.
You think are you guys planning on trying to get some federal funds to assist so we can continue the program?
Right. Medicaid is prohibited from running this program using Medicaid funds. We cannot use federal funds for this, which is why it's all general funded.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's why we're doing it the way we're doing it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the Office of Youth Services. So that one will be the $515,000 for the federal senior.
Yes, good afternoon, Leanne Gillespie, Executive Director of the Office of Youth Services. We also have Mark Patterson here, the Administrator for the Hawai'i Youth Correctional Facility and Hawai'i Loa Youth and Family Wellness Center. Did you want me to go line by line?
Yes.
So the federal fund increase, the ceiling increase, that is for our Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Title II funding. We have received additional monies in grant funds for the next fiscal year. We do expect reoccurring funds every year. Position wise, we're requesting a program specialist grant writer position. I was just looking this morning at the available federal grants. There are 3 currently that we could potentially apply for, worth several $million. But unfortunately, because capacity issues, we just don't have the staffing and the ability to write the federal grants, apply and manage those if we were to receive the funding. So we believe that position would be critical in bringing more services and possibly some temporary staff to OAS. Youth violence prevention.
if you've heard in the news, there have been increased cases of youth violence in the Honolulu Police District 8. Our current contract for outreach and advocacy services in District 8 is $38,500. They serve about 18 youth. They do very hands-on approach with a lot of services for these kids, and they serve about 18 kids a year on that $38,000. We're hoping to quadruple that funding, so I'm asking for 3 times that amount so they can do more services to more kids and hopefully keep them out of the police system and our correctional system. Youth mental health support, we're requesting $1 million. This will support a current program that was funded last year, LGBTQ plus program to support counseling, mentoring, and cultural services to youth. Additional funding for our non-CAM-HD eligible youth, which is kind of not worded correctly. They do have to be eligible for CAM-HD services, but the referral process goes through DOH's Family Guidance Centers, and they exhaust all funding options first, private insurance, Medicaid, etc. If there's no funding and the youth needs treatment services, they then apply to use our funding so that the youth can get the treatment that they need. So previous funding was $150,000 last legislative session. We appreciate an additional $150,000 that was non-reoccurring. We're asking again for that funding so that we can continue to serve those kids that need support.
These are by contract then.
These are contract. So it's a contract with DOH directly. It's an intergovernmental contract.
I was wondering about that because
Yeah.
they have CAM-D budget items. Okay.
Yeah. And then additional funding for our safe houses. Where this works into the mental health piece is that our safe houses, in order to house, traditionally have housed low-risk youth that are unable to go home. The additional funding allows them to serve higher risk youth, but they have to hire additional staff. So the staff to youth ratio allows them for the more attention that's needed.
So this is like the safe place also. Yeah. Sort of.
Sort of, yes. Our safe houses do provide shelter for safe spaces youth.
And they're distributed all the islands, neighbor islands as well.
Our safe houses, we have 3 for boys and 1 for girls. They're on Oahu, the Big Island of Hawaii, and Maui.
How many on Big Island?
There are 2, 1 in Kona, 1 in.
And 1 in.
Yes. Sex trafficking victim support, legislature has been funding this for many years at $400,000. After the Maui wildfires, we got a call from Maui Youth and Family Services saying they were in desperate need for funding so they could increase their bed space at their shelter. And so we provided them with $100,000. It's not the main funding for the shelter. It's just supportive funding so they could have additional staff and open up additional beds for victims of sex trafficking on Maui. So our current request is for $500 this year.
That's the only island that has this program then?
It's the only island that has reached out and requested additional support.
Do you have any more funds to add in case something happens on neighbor islands like Hawai'i or Big Island or Kona?
We would have to come back to you and ask.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hawaii Youth Correctional Facilities requesting 2 youth corrections officers. They're short-staffed. The mental health issues of youth, not only at the front end where our program services are working with those kids, but also at the back end. And actually, you know, Mark can talk a little bit about the mental health issues of his youth at the facility and the impact that's having on staff.
Okay. You want us to continue?
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to six HMS. Thank you.
Thank you.
601, going
Thank
to
you.
Adoptive Protective and Community Services. This is the federal.
Hello again. Daisy Hartsfield from Social Services Division. I just wanted to add because Administrator Gillespie is too humble to say that many of the contracts that she is requesting funding for, several of our youth in foster care benefit from those services. So I just wanted to make sure that I shared that information. In regards to the request for the ceiling increase for 601, again, it's because we received an increase in our grants related to the foster grandparent program as well as the adult protective services formula grants. So that's the basis behind that request. The next request has to do with the data build or the data upgrade modernization of the adult protective services system. And in the past, we had relied on federal monies to help fund for the modernization, but they were tied to the ARPA funding. And so that's going to be running out. And so that's why we're requesting additional funding to continue with that project. Any questions? No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll call up John Mizuno to talk about the Kauhale $50 million request.
And thank you, Director Yamani. Members, want to thank you for the appropriation for fiscal year 2025. I'm going to give you a real quick breakdown of the money that is just about all encumbered on this sheet. Now, Chair and Vice Chair, I have emailed you before this briefing, so you both should have a copy of this document. Basically, we built about 17 Kauhale.
No, but for the 50 million, how are you going to spend that? Yeah.
Specific 50 million. This I have not sent out to you yet, Chair and Vice Chair. Kauhale projects we actually listed for 2026, 2027.
So you have a list.
I have a list, Chair.
So okay, so
I'll
you
give it
have
to
a
you.
breakdown of the 50 million.
Have a breakdown of the cost, Chair.
Okay.
And I didn't get it.
Okay.
They have given it to
I-
WAM Chair and
Yes,
WAM
Senator.
Vice Chair, but I
Sen
did not
Bonaventura,
get it.
I could email you.
Okay, if
afterwards.
you can just send both documents again, then.
Can do.
Yeah.
Can
Okay.
do, definitely.
Okay, next.
Okay.
Thank you.
And what you want to talk about the operating costs?
That's the next one, right?
308,000.
Yeah.
Operating I mean, basically, are you talking about for the upcoming fiscal year?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everything would connect to what we have listed on the spreadsheets, Chair and Vice Chair and committee members.
This is for your consulting contracts and all that thing.
Consulting
No.
contracts. Are
I
you
thought
talking
it's
about Act 95?
travel, just travel, office supplies, cell
Your
phone,
WAC 164.
Yes,
staff
that's right.
training, registration, facilitation, and then there's some contract services, routine maintenance, furniture.
Yes, and in addition, we need to buy laptops, Chair.
Okay, next.
Okay, moving on then
Thank you.
to 802 vote. Leo.
The blind vending.
This is the 54,000. Yeah.
So this is the okay.
Good afternoon, chairs, vice chairs.
Good afternoon.
Members of the committees. I'm Leah Diaz. I'm the administrator of the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. So our first request is another one of those increases in the federal fund ceiling. This is for our vocational rehabilitation grant that we get from the U.S. Department of Education. And we expect an increase in that of $54,287. So that would exceed our current program appropriation ceiling by 0.3%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And then our second request is again to request a ceiling expenditure request for the Randolph-Shepherd revolving account. That is the account that supports our blind vending program statewide, which we provide entrepreneurship opportunities to individuals who are legally blind in federal, state, and county buildings statewide.
Like Emily downstairs on the basement.
Like
Yeah,
Emily
that's right.
downstairs, right? So
Working real well here.
Good. Thank you.
We
Yes.
appreciate her.
Oh, we're glad you're.
Yeah.
Yes,
I visit her every time I come here.
good, thank you.
So currently the ceiling expenditure had been, well, it had been set at 1.3 million. For the past couple of years, we've had it approved to be at this higher amount, the 2 million. And with the renovations that we see needing to happen, the rising cost of equipment, as well as the rising costs of benefits such as medical health, retirement. That's why we would like to see the ability to raise our level of expenditures on the blind vending program. Any questions?
Yeah, my question is, the blind vending program, I mean, you folks make money out of the blind vendors, right? I mean.
No, we do not.
What happens to the monies that they generate?
They keep it. They keep
Okay,
it.
so they keep it as well as we give them retirement? That's what it says.
Yes, that's as.
We give them money in addition to them keeping the monies in the blind.
No, they keep the monies they make.
They keep the monies they
They
make,
keep the monies that they make.
but we provide medical insurance and retirement.
That, correct. We provide benefits pursuant to a settlement agreement.
That's what it
It's
says.
a good business.
They're employees. They are not employees of the state. And they get to keep the profit. It's an unusual situation where pursuant to a settlement agreement, they're sort of treated like trustees, sort of. If that's the
But
right word.
they don't pay rent.
Some of the vendors pay rent depending on the location.
Okay, it's a case by case basis.
Yes, the majority do not pay rent, but some, like
So
the
while-
airports, pay rent.
Okay, so while they're a vendor,
Mhm.
the monies that they make, they keep. We don't subsidize them.
Other than the benefits,
Yeah,
no,
other than, yeah.
no. And these
There's no
funds,
cash, there's no cash subsidy. It's just the benefits.
they're given cash to use as their benefits. So they're given cash
So
and then,
this money goes to them and they buy their own
Correct.
retirement and
that's
medical
correct.
insurance.
Okay.
That is correct.
They
Versus-
don't
get a salary.
They're not part of
They don't get a
PPF.
salary. It's just a benefit. It's not a salary. They do not get a salary. They just, in conjunction with our Hawaii State Committee on Blind Vendors, which is representative of blind vendors throughout the state, they come up with a proposed budget. They discuss it with Ho'opono, which is the state licensing agency, part of DVR. They come up with a budget for their benefits and we agree or disagree or negotiate.
Yeah, but is it cheaper if they just join or
If
pay
they
for
join-
ERS and ETF versus us
I
giving them the benefits separately?
don't know the answer to that. I don't know exactly how much the EUTF would cost to add them on to.
Because I mean, we already have volume, yeah.
Group rates.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
This is a revolving funds though, right?
It is a revolving fund, so no state or federal money is
Right.
put into this fund.
And my
It's-
understanding is whatever income they have, that's what they use to purchase their supplies.
Their income is used
To buy
for
the
whatever they-
products.
Yeah,
Yeah.
their ongoing business
To
costs.
buy the musubis and all the
Right.
bentos that we all buy.
Correct. And then the majority of the funds that go into the Randolph Shepherd revolving account come from a settlement agreement with the airport vendors, so Honolulu Airport in particular. Those, the vendors, there's 3 vendors that make up Blind Vendors Ohana at the Honolulu Airport, and they pay a percentage of their profits into the Randolph Shepherd account. That's where the majority of the funding comes from. And any decisions for expenditures out of this account are done in conjunction with this committee of blind vendors.
Oh, so the committee decides what they sell in these stores. Because
Each blind
I got
vendor-
a complaint, by the way.
They're on their own.
That's what you call it.
Yeah, they're on their own.
They're selling high THC products in some of these blind vendor stores.
I did not know that,
I
Senator.
We'll discuss later
Please
on.
do let
I
me
just
know
found
more
out
about that.
yesterday.
Yes, the blind vendors can choose whatever they want to sell, but they do have a permit and an operating agreement that says what they're allowed to sell.
Okay.
Yes, so.
Well,
I'd like
this
to know
should
more.
come out with a bill next year because.
No, you still can do
the
this
fund-
year.
Yeah, that's right, because it's state funds. And so there's, sort of restrictions, what you can purchase, and I think it's appropriate.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah. Thank you.
we should move on because
Okay.
we have a cutoff at 5:30.
Okay, yeah, and then we'll move on to SSD for 901. For the training fund?
Logan, the request for training, it's specific to our staff development office that is responsible for providing the internal training for adult protective and the community services branch, as well as our child welfare services. And what we'd like to do if we receive this funding is to train our staff by contracting with a provider so that they can produce better curriculum as well as better methods to provide the training, which includes online training sessions. And so they'll need items such as recorders and video players so that they can do that as well. And all of this is in response to concerns that our staff need more training. And in order to provide them better training, we need to have a stronger staff development office. And I did attend a conference on the mainland, and I talked to other states and their staff development offices for the number of staff that we have. We have a total of 6.
The
their
percentage is
Is
higher.
there-
in other
And their
areas.
staff development is like quadruple the size of our staff development in relation to the number of staff that they provide training to. And so,
Okay.
so we recognize this is a need that we need to address, and we'll need financial support.
And this is part of the response for not only the auditor's report, but the.
There you can train
Home-
Office of Homelessness.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then moving on to the 500,000 for the security measures.
Yeah, so similarly with BESD, our staff is experiencing security issues, and it's risen to the level where, in addition to calling HPD for assistance and getting assistance from the Department of Law Enforcement, or
You still need additional.
Yeah.
we
Okay.
still need additional. We've had to file restraining orders. We would like to have metal detectors, or at least metal.
So that's all inclusive of the 500.
Yes, as
Okay.
well as more panic buttons. We have a total of 15 offices. We only have panic buttons in 2 offices right now. We need additional security matters. It's in some of our offices, public facing entrances. People can just walk in and walk into the workspace of our staff. And so we need to better secure our offices. And then we also would like to equip all of our workers who have cell phones that they take out with them when they're out in the field to have safety apps, so that if they need assistance, all they need to do is push a button and somebody can respond.
Okay.
So that's the ask.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Okay, thank you. Then moving on to 902.
Good afternoon.
Good
902
afternoon again.
is HMS, and 902 is MedQuest Administration, Healthcare Payments. We have 3 essentially ceiling related requests. First is a federal fund increase of about 15,834,833,000. And as noted before, there's been, this is a little bit different. It's not an increase in federal matching rate. It's an increase in administrative activities that we are
Yeah.
doing.
So you have the money, you just need the seating
We need
increase.
to,
Okay.
just need the ceiling, that is correct. The other 2 are B fund increases in 902, because portion of the sustainability funds in both the nursing facility and the hospital go to help us administer the Medicaid program.
Okay, so this enforces administration.
That's correct. Okay.
Then we'll move on to BESD for slew of the 903s.
So this request is to establish the ceiling for the summer EBT program that just started last year. And it's based on an estimate of 100,000 children being served at a rate of 177 per child. The next item is the transfer in of it says 5 positions. That was our original request administration, but it's actually 3 positions that were approved into the budget. This has been it's a transfer from HMS 236 to HMS 903. And we've been actually trying to get this into the budget.
Wait,
for
what
the
were the number of positions again?
3.
Because
We originally asked for 5, and the administration
Oh.
adjusted it down to 3.
no, Well, table 6 is 1.6.
Oh, because they're split funded with a cost allocation.
Oh, I see.
So
The
yeah,
end funds
I
next, right
believe-
after that. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I believe it's 47% general funds and then
Yeah.
53% federal.
Yeah, no, that's good. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
so
you.
the three positions are for our purchasing tech 2, investigator 3, and then for our outreach manager and our statewide branch. And these positions are really critical to just improve the efficiency of the overall operations of our division.
That's good. Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next request is to establish one full-time position and funds for the summer EBT program. Again, the initial funding for the administrative costs of the program was provided through a bill or through an act last session. And then this is just to make the position permanent and to put the administrative funds into the budget in the base.
Yeah.
Next request is funds for the SNAP Smart Food Program. This is, we're looking at ways to better partner around nutrition and access to food for the vulnerable clients that we serve. We know that a lot of our local retailers have surplus foods. And so this would work towards the development of a program, essentially an app that we would contract out for someone to develop that would help SNAP recipients to target retailers that will provide surplus foods at a discounted rate to them. And there's a similar program that's being piloted by the state of Delaware that we're modeling this after.
How long was their program?
They just got approval earlier this year, so it's just in its infant stages.
So it didn't start yet.
No. But there's a lot of research around this, and I think it's really to, again,
No, it makes
partner-
sense. I just would want to know what the outcome was in Delaware.
Yeah, they're just kicking it off now. We're in the process of identifying local retailers here. So for example, we've identified KTA on the Big Island as one retailer that would participate, and we're in the process of reaching out to
And
others.
so this is statewide. You didn't want to start with a pilot?
No, we're trying to kind of cast the net wide because we know what the need is.
So you're confident it's going to work then?
Well, we know that there's a need in terms of just making sure that food is accessible, right? Because our benefits only go so far. So this is to help our clients be able to get additional support. And it's to really, again, build upon what I think Delaware is starting. I think
Okay, if
there's-
you can maybe give us more information by the time the House passes
Okay.
over the budget to us,
Yeah,
then
we
that's a
can-
couple months from now.
and we can check in with them and see how
Yeah,
they're.
we can see what, yeah.
That's great that you're working with KTA because they already been doing this program, but it's for nonprofits. So,
Yeah.
I think your implementation will be
Yeah,
fast.
it sounds sound. I just
Okay.
want to see what the results are in.
No, thank you. The next request is for funds for our benefits eligibility solution, so BES. That's our new eligibility system that we're working to develop, and specifically for ongoing software costs that would be part of the M&O for the new system. So the system, I think when we developed the Form A, was originally projected to come online in late 2025. Since then, the schedule's been adjusted, where we're anticipating the system will go live in mid to late 2026. And so that's when we would need the M&O funds from that point on. And so we're requesting an additional 2 million that would again be split between A funds and N funds to support that the additional software costs as part of the M&O for the program. Then I believe that's the that's the last of
Yeah,
it.
this is actually be after 9:04, Mark. This is for the $4 million for the IT operation systems. To not only cover things like services, but he'll explain.
Hi, good afternoon, Mark Choi.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, so we're asking for $4 million. The original ask was 5.6, but we're getting 4. 1.6 is going to be spread between secure infrastructure as well as security for cybersecurity. And then we're splitting like 800,000 between 3 other areas or initiatives, one centered around customer service and improvements in that area, as well as leveraging some AI The second one would be for automation and some other efficiencies and technologies, software that we're using in that area. So that would be the second area of spend. And
Is there any kind of collaboration with the CIO?
yeah, we've been in discussions.
This is already set. Okay.
We've been communicating.
Okay. I think it's important that as many programs as possible can interface statewide, because I thought that's the direction we're going in.
Yeah.
So as long as it's
Yeah, and we have communications with CDO and everything as far
You're
as
serving a lot of
part of
same
the spend
clients
for the
across
data warehouse and
different
stuff like that. So
departments
it's
too.
initiatives around data exchanges between divisions within our department as well as outside of our department
Okay.
as well.
Licenses are going up and expensive for some of these apps.
okay. What's the Family Resource
Okay,
Center?
thank you. Sorry, I made him talk, but he hoarse voice. So, and then we're going to go. Deborah will talk about the Family Resource Centers.
Good
Chairs,
afternoon.
Vice Chairs, Committee Members, Catherine Coronada, Family Resource Centers Coordinator. So our ask for is for $605,000 for Family Resource Centers. So what we've done is combine this. This was two separate appropriations and pilots. One is for the Waiava Correctional Facility, the Child Visiting and Resource Center there that Senator San Ventura, Senator Elefante, and Senator Wakai attended the opening back in November. So we're seeing nice progress there with families, and 31 unique families have been helped specifically. The other part of this is for the supporting the network of family resource centers. So we have existing ones in community called Neighborhood Places, school-based ones, as well as the one at Waiava.
Okay.
Okay, and thank you. And then the final two would be the DCMP. Krista?
Afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, Krista Spear, Deputy Director of the Department of Human Services. Thank you for the opportunity. As you know, both the disaster program and the rental assistance program were both very effective programs. We've been successful and they've been instrumental in helping the survivors of wildfires achieve success in their recovery. The funds that we are seeking here that was included for fiscal year 26 is funding end funds for the FEMA funded federal positions, those 6 positions that were established for the disaster case management program at the state level. Those positions are instrumental in the successful operation of that program that currently is serving nearly 1,800 cases for over 6,000 individuals have been assisted and matched with over $74 million worth of direct resources. The $411,000 is for 3 full-time positions, that's general funds. It's 2 positions to assist with the facilitation, including fiscal management and grant, potential grant management for additional funding for the rental assistance program, as well as the auditor that Director Imani brought on to ensure compliance and fiscal oversight of the.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question with regards to this program and how the immigrants that were there, they couldn't be part of this program, yeah? Because you had FEMA funds.
So originally, Senator, when we first came last year, the
Yes.
briefing, we believed that to be the case. Fortunately, as time developed, we learned from FEMA that in fact, all survivors, regardless of their immigrant status, are eligible for the FEMA funded disaster case management.
Okay, because that's not what the reports we heard. They weren't being eligible. Oh, okay, well, I'm happy because
Initially, that's what we believed, because
Yes.
historically that had been true, but
That's
FEMA
right.
had expanded their eligibility.
Oh,
criteria,
that's
so
great.
That was not true for us.
Okay, thank you.
Are these positions to be funded on a recurring basis? I see it just for 1 year, so.
Yes, Senator, astute observation. We initially had requested funding for beyond fiscal year 26, but in the Form B, funding for just fiscal year 26 was included. The FEMA grant for the disaster case management program, which is those 6 positions, that funding will max out and will not be extended beyond August of 2026.
Right.
We believe that program ultimately will be a 4 to 5 year program, so we may need to come back if we can't secure other sources of funding. For the rental assistance program, that will begin to sunset, but we are seeking funding at a minimum through fiscal year 2026 to ensure that we're able to successfully facilitate that.
So, but I understand on the rental housing for the immigrants, they weren't eligible, but with this, they're being accommodated as well?
Yes, Senator. So
Okay.
with the rental assistance program, this program here, that was one authorized and approved by Governor Green specifically for immigrants and
Okay.
others who are not receiving any FEMA rental assistance or FEMA housing assistance.
Okay, so they were accommodated.
They were, and at the peak of the program, we successfully placed 305 households that were ineligible for FEMA benefits with income.
Thank you.
Okay, I just had a question about 903, your priority 3.
903.
Because when you look at table 8, it says here that
You got that.
USDA penalized the state for payment errors, and so how much did we get?
FNS gave us a $10.8 million error rate.
Oh,
Is that the one?
so yeah, so our penalty was actually I believe 10.9, but FNS gives states an option that if you reinvest 50% of the penalty, and that's able to reduce your payment error rate below what the national.
No, but why did we
average is,
have errors
then
to
they'll
begin with?
forgive. Okay, so like many other states across the country during the pandemic, we took advantage of all federal waivers available to us to be able to serve the community. So we, for example, had waivers where we did not have to interview clients. We did desk review.
Okay.
We also had a lot of turnover during that period. So not only Hawaii, but many other states across the country saw after the pandemic, as the waivers start to unwind, higher rates of payment error, and also.
So how much was our penalty?
So our penalty was 10.9 million, but because we have a plan to reinvest the 50%, if we're able to bring the error rate down, which we have, we've actually reduced our error rate this past fiscal year. Based on that data we've seen so far, it's gone down from 20% to 8%, which is currently below the national average. If we can sustain that, they'll forgive the other 50% of the penalty.
Okay, that's good.
So that's why our EA request is only for the 5.4 million.
And unfortunately, that money has to be new money in, and then
And so that's why you have the.
That's right. And this request, by the way, was filtered through the feds to make sure that it would qualify to give us the 50%.
So when will we know if we'll get the waiver? Or forgive.
So we submitted our plan. We had to submit our plan by December 30th. The feds are still reviewing it. And then what we anticipate is a back and forth process with them, but we are have been given positive signs that they will accept our reinvestment, specifically because the BES system will help us with a lot of automation and functionality that should decrease worker error.
So, but do you have a timeline of when you'll get the answer? You're not sure.
Not a concrete timeline.
Okay, when you get the answer, can you let us know?
Yeah, we can circle back.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
John Mizuno, come on up. I want to talk about Ohana zones. How come there's no Ohana zones monies?
Thank you, Senator San Buenaventura. It's all Kauhale funds. Ohana is now just Kauhale funds.
So you're not gonna give money to the counties, and before you folks would give out grants.
Yes.
To like the counties to supplement their transient housing. You're not gonna do that anymore.
We are still doing that. We are
So
still,
the $50
we're just using
million
Kauhale
is
funds.
gonna be for creation of Kauhales as well as the transient Ohana zones.
You're correct. You're
So
correct.
that's in the breakdown?
Yes.
The 50 million, there's actually Ohana's own money?
Yes. So what I have here, and I will be emailing you all.
How much of Ohana's own in the?
Right here is 20 Kauhale for 2026,
I didn't
2027.
see that.
I'll read it off. 20 Kauhale, 73.2 million, and recurring costs will be about 25 million. That'll be about the 100 million for the biennium. It'll house 1,000 homeless.
No, but
I'll give you a copy.
How much of the 50 million is for Ohana?
So Chair, what happened is they combined the two funds.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
understand.
no, but I'm just saying, asking for a breakdown. So of the 50, how much is Ohana?
If we were to try to break it down, I would say majority would be Kauhale, more focused on the building or establishment of Kauhale funds. but Ohana funds are, yeah, Ohana funds are still, well, so again,
Well, some of us felt that the Ohana was effective.
Yes.
And
it was.
it actually leads a good transition to Kauhale.
And we're still doing it with the partnerships we have. For example, I don't have it here, but it's in here. Alan, we
Because
have
like you
in
take, for instance, some of the Kauhale, like on Maui, that probably shouldn't have been a Kauhale. That probably should have been on Ohana zone because the community didn't like that location. So you could have tested that location. It doesn't work. Then you have someplace else to move it or before you do a permanent Kauhale. That's where I think the Ohana zone is critical because now we're having a difficult time with what's happening
That tent city.
in
so
Kahalui.
you're astute at pointing that out. Nothing precludes us from moving that Kauhale. If it's just too much community resistance, nothing precludes us from finding another location. We just have to be nimble
but
and work with
most
the
times the
legislature.
Kauhale is semi-permanent looking structures versus Ohana zone were really tents. So it was easy to break down, easy to put up.
Right. So the new definition is very broad. I've been working with Senator Moriwaki on this. Very broad on Kauhale definition. It doesn't necessarily have to be tents or a structure. It could be an old apartment unit or condominium. It could be
I
a
know,
building
but in
like,
their case, they don't want it permanent. The community wants it moved. That's what I'm saying. That first initial trial should have been something more similar to the Ohana zone. When we went to go visit the site and talk to all the neighboring landowners, it's really a difficult situation that's causing a lot of tension.
so are you talking about Pu'uno Onene? The one in Maui,
Yeah.
the Maui.
Tent city over in-
Okay, okay, so, and Chair, that one is no longer under statewide office on homeless housing solutions funds. It's, I believe, under disaster relief funds, and it's under Deputy Director Joe Campos.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm making my point, but
Yeah, and you know, the reality is also the various counties have their own version of Ohana
yeah.
zones, right?
Right.
So like, I remember seeing, mokus, you know, senior housing where they use county, where it's almost permanent, right? But it's transient and they needed Ohana zones monies to continue that type of model.
And so,
So we need to see,
and so Senator,
support you if you give plans to only one
no, so
side.
Senator San Buenaventura, we are working with Mayor Alameda on that exact point with Brandy
Okay.
Menino, Hope Services.
Sam Moku is County of Honolulu, right?
Some love him. He's no longer there, but yeah, San Moku is Oahu County. Brandy Menino, that's Big Island County. And Kinoole Place is where we're gonna put 200,000 of our money. The city's gonna pay for the majority of it, along with Hope Services for a former housing building that they got 20 units that's gonna use for family units.
On the breakdown, of what you guys.
That'll be
are
open in
gonna
2
do.
months.
No, but you know what? It's that because this seems to be, they need a lot more discussion.
Yes.
The better option might be for now is to actually work with the chair on a bill so that we can really flush out the details. Once it's in the budget,
With
it's hard.
reporting requirements.
Yeah,
That's
it's
fine with me.
you know, there's no,
Yeah.
you know, things get, because we put it in the budget and then you merged it without talking to anybody, even though we had 2 separate line items. So the better approach, I think, going forward would be a bill so we can really articulate what should be Ohana zone and what should be Kauhale.
So we'll connect with you, Senator San Buenaventura.
Reporting plans.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Chair, I'll be working with Senator San Buenaventura. Is that my?
Or you
understanding?
can respond when the bill's being scheduled.
Maybe we can work together on
I think it's probably gonna be the case.
We'd like to work with you, Senator.
Senator Hashimoto.
So I guess, Director, you know, and maybe you can bring somebody else up, but I guess the question is that there's a lot of moving projects, especially on Maui. So you know, I think there's this 50 million that you put in for specifically Kauhale. But I think what we need to understand is all your other projects that's going on Maui, are you guys tapping into the major disaster fund to finish those? Because I don't see anything in here to finish whatever needs to happen, especially you guys claim you're going to build up Pu'uhonuo'onene. I don't know if you need any more overruns on you know, what we're doing in West Maui. So I think that needs to be cleared up as well.
Thanks,
Because
Senator Hashimoto.
from accountability standpoint, we're not sure where the money is. It's not in your budget.
No, it's disaster fund. So Senator, it would be prudent for me to defer to Deputy Director Campos. Thank you.
But I guess the bottom line number is what do we expect, right?
Yeah,
I
but
would feel better if Joe had answered that question.
okay, we should move on though, just because we're gonna get cut off at 5:30.
Okay,
And I
okay.
think Senator Keohakole has a quick, you don't have one?
Go ahead.
No.
Because then that way we can do the bill and really have a more robust discussion about how the $50 million should be outlined, yeah.
And what's not in there. Right.
And what,
And,
yeah,
and chair, both chairs, et cetera, we will work with you to coordinate that so we can get the language.
yeah, because I mean, I think it's almost universal that people felt the HONU was effective. And
Yeah.
it is a good transition to Kauhale.
That was actually very insightful for the legislature to develop the Ohio zones right years ago. That was
Yeah.
a legislative directive, so yes.
Yeah.
It will work on it.
Okay, any other questions then?
No more time.
No, but there's still a couple minutes. No. No,
We got 2
no?
minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, take it.
Thank you.